Chapter 1174. Cloud Region. As the Nine Nether tribe took root here, this primitive region began to prosper. According to the Nine Nether King's plan, towns and villages were built in specific areas according to a specific method. Rumble. Sand and dust billowed. Far away on the official road, a group of riders kicked up a cloud of dust. In front of the holy city, some earth giants were setting up stalls with all sorts of rare spirit fruits and spirit herbs. Cloud Region was rich in resources. Although the Nine Nether King had decreed that spirit roots were not to be broken, he did not say that spirit fruits and spirit herbs were not to be plucked. Many earth giants were very smart. Ever since they found out that there were more and more of them in the holy city, they began to do business on the official road outside the holy city. The Cloud State was rich in spirit fruits and spirit herbs, which were highly sought after by experts from all over the world. They did not accept the spirit crystals set by the Nine Nether Sacred City as currency. They only accepted barter. Everyone knew that the current holy city lord only liked Sciention treasures. This holy city lord had decreed that a netherworld contribution ranking would be set up. Sciention treasures could be exchanged for points, and points could be used to exchange for spirit residences, temples, or all sorts of netherworld treasures and netherworld techniques. Although those unique netherworld treasures had different effects, everyone could still resist them. But spirit residences in the netherworld were extremely popular, and those spirit residences and temples were very limited. Now, to be able to own a spirit residence in the netherworld was a symbol of status in the holy city. Moreover, according to the Nine Nether King, if one had a spirit residence in the netherworld, they could live another life and try to break through to the true god realm with the netherworld god's body. Ordinary experts would not dare to say that they could live forever. But having a spirit residence in the netherworld was different. Rumble. The group of riders crossed a huge bridge that spanned thousands of li in front of the Cloud Ridge. Not long after, they appeared in front of many earth giants who were buying and selling all sorts of spirit items. One after another, huge brown wolves appeared in the distance. What a huge wolf! It's a desert wolf. It seems like the people of the Sand King tribe have arrived. Some of the more knowledgeable earth giants recognized the origin of this group of riders. Killing wolves were a type of ferocious beast in the Yellow Sea. These ferocious beasts were extremely ferocious. They came and went without a trace. Moreover, they lived in groups. Once a small tribe encountered these wolves, there was an 80 to 90% chance that they would be doomed. Even a large tribe would have a headache when faced with such a greedy beast. People from the Sand King tribe. Aren't they demons? Why are they here? Yeah, the Sand King tribe is far away in Earth Spirit City. They rule over Jinzhou. On the side, a dark-skinned earth giant chuckled. You don't know about this, right? 2 months ago, the Kuan-Tu country merged into our Nine Nether Sacred City. Our king gave them an ultimatum, ordering them to surrender within a month. I heard from one of my brothers in the King of Hell Mansion that the three-tailed Scorpion King of the Earth Spirit City will come to our Nine Nether Sacred City in a few days to discuss the matter of surrender. Really? Will those unruly demons be willing? That's right. That group of demons can be said to be first-class ferocious. Our tribe has dealt with those demon tribes before. They're not good people. Many earth giants gathered in front of the dark-skinned earth giant. When the dark-skinned earth giant saw that everyone had gathered around him, he was instantly enraptured and became even more arrogant. How could he not be willing? Last time, our king personally sent the Queen of Kunlun to the Earth Spirit City. I heard that a third of the Earth Spirit City was destroyed in that battle, and the three-tailed Scorpion King's soul was almost shattered. How could he not submit obediently? Wasn't the Queen of Kunlun severely injured by our king? Yeah, the Queen of Kunlun is just a defeated general. She was defeated by our king. How could she defeat the infamous three-tailed Scorpion King? The three-tailed Scorpion King has the bloodline of an ancient demon ancestor. It is very terrifying. I also don't think the Queen of Kunlun has the ability to defeat him. Many people secretly shook their heads, their faces filled with disbelief. You don't believe me? The dark-skinned Earth giant chuckled. I heard from my brother that the ninth underworld king and a few high-grade underworld gods occasionally mention that the queen of Kunlun is extremely powerful. She cultivates the extremely rare law of sound. This is one of the 10 strongest iron laws. Her strength is comparable to that of a greater celestial king. Even the ninth underworld king had to spend a lot of effort to subdue this empress. Is that so? She actually possesses the strength of a greater celestial king. She is actually so powerful. Many earth giants opened their eyes wide. Each of them secretly exclaimed in admiration. If you ask me, our king is the one who is truly formidable. He even subdued such a powerful empress. I heard that they even dual cultivated. Is that true? No wonder the queen of Kunlun was so obedient to our king after she surrendered. So, it was actually dual cultivation. Many earth giants' eyes lit up. When they talked about this kind of freak, it could be said that they were vivid and vivid in a tall palace, in a shrine. At this moment, many experts were gathered in the shrine. On the throne, a black-clothed young man in an emperor's robe had a dignified gaze. Below him were a series of quasi-deities. Ranked first was the female lead of many rumors in the holy city, the Queen of Kunlun. After 2 months of recuperation, this empress had already recovered from all her injuries. She had been conferred the title of King Qingguang by Qin Feng, one of the 10 future lords of the King of Hellhall. She had been conferred the title of one of the 2 king-grade secondary temples. She could be said to be second only to one person and above tens of thousands. After receiving such generous treatment, the empress was also returning the favor. She had completely submitted to the empress. Below her were the original 4 quasi-deities of Kuntu, Li Wei, Yao Han, Wu Ling, and He Qianqian. They were also the 4 high-grade underworld gods under King Qingguang. Behind them were the King of Thunder, King of Scarlet, and King of Stone, the 3 high-grade underworld gods under King of Hellhall. Following them were the middle-grade underworld gods. After establishing the underworld of Kuntu's 13 prefectures, the number of middle-grade underworld gods had already exceeded 200. If not for establishing the underworld of Kuntu's 13 prefectures, the underworld might not have been able to contain so many middle-grade underworld gods. However, after establishing the underworld of Kuntu, the underworld of Kuntu seemed empty. The majority of the middle-grade underworld gods were overseeing their own territories. They were the foundation of 9 Nether Sacred City. Next was the group of experts from Earth Spirit City at the center of the shrine. Leading them was an extremely sinister young man. His appearance was handsome to the point of being somewhat bewitching. His long brown hair was divided into 3 braids. This was an extremely powerful demonic race quasi-deity, 3-tailed scorpion king. Behind him, there were 5 demonic race quasi-deities with different appearances. One of them was the Sand Wolf race's quasi-deity, Sand King. The 5-colored illusion moth race's quasi-deity, Kai Yi. The other 3 were from the 3-tailed scorpion race, Poison Cloud, Poison Sting, and Poison 11. Chapter 1175. In the main hall, the 3-tailed Scorpion King and Poison Spirit were unusually respectful. Even the 5 demonic race quasi-deities were unusually humble. They had no choice but to lower their posture. 9 Nether Sacred City had only sent the Kunlun Queen to sweep the entire Earth Spirit City. Even Poison Spirit was defeated ruthlessly when he tried to use the Earth Spirit City's most valuable treasure. Just the Kunlun Queen was already so terrifying. Needless to say, there were still 7 other quasi-deities and the even more terrifying Netherworld King. In the main hall, Qin Feng looked at the 6 quasi-deities and smiled faintly. There's no need to be polite. There's no need to be so polite. Since you've all made up your minds to join my 9 Nether Sacred City, I won't treat you unfairly. This king also agrees to your conditions. Earth Spirit City has always been the ancestral land of your 3-tailed scorpion race, and Qin Feng will not extract your spirit veins. Poison spirit represents the entire three-tailed scorpion race to thank King for his kindness. My three-tailed scorpion race will definitely sacrifice our lives for King. Not only poison spirit, but the other three experts of the three-tailed scorpion race also heaved a sigh of relief. To the three-tailed scorpion race, Earth Spirit City was not just a simple ancestral land. The three-tailed scorpion race was a mutated race that needed a specific environment and a certain amount of spirit chi to breed. It had to be a Ina tribute king-grade spirit vein. Once the environment changed, not only would it increase the difficulty of breeding the three-tailed scorpion race, but would also affect the independence of the young scorpion race. On the throne, the black-robed monarch nodded faintly. Very good. From today onwards, this king will confer you the title of King Chujiang. Earth Spirit City will be changed to Chujiang City. This king will open a temple under Chujiang City for all of you to guard. In addition, Sand King, Tsai, Poison Sting, Poison Cloud, and Poison 11 will be conferred the title of high-grade Netherworld God. Each of you will lead a group of middle-grade Netherworld gods to guard a prefecture for this king. Many thanks, my king. The group of demonic race quasi-deities were shocked, and a trace of joy appeared on their faces as they bowed. This Nether King was truly a king with unparalleled majesty. His breadth of mind was admirable. It was fine that he did not use any malicious secret techniques to coerce the quasi-deities, but he actually allowed them to return. Such confidence was rare in heaven and earth. He was truly an unparalleled king. On the throne, the black-robed sovereign emperor's gaze landed on Yi Ding, the Thunder King, the Scarlet King, and the Stone King. Senior brother Yi Ding, giant thunder underworld god, giant gorilla underworld god, and giant rock underworld god, help me receive King Chujiang and the other underworld gods. Yes, as your majesty commands. Yi Ding, Thunder King, Scarlet King, and Stone King all stood up from their seats. After the court meeting ended, everyone dispersed. Qin Feng circulated the Chaos Origin God Force and converted the Chaos Origin Star God Force into the Netherworld God Force. In a flash, he disappeared into the Netherworld God Force. It was like the sun had fallen onto the Eam Mountain Range. The black wind blew, and the entire Eam Mountain Range looked abnormally tall. Looking down from the top of the mountain range, one could almost see the entire Netherworld. The Eam Mountain Range beneath his feet was like the backbone of the underworld. Screech. Qin Feng heard an extremely clear and melodious phoenix cry. A huge dark-colored phoenix flew out from the dark clouds in the distance. Dense black flames engulfed the horizon. It was a dark phoenix, a real Netherworld fire phoenix. A nether attribute true spirit in its infancy. It was unbelievable. Logically speaking, the laws of this ancient land were incomplete. It was impossible to give birth to a true spirit that was close to a young god spirit. But he gave birth to one, and there was more than one Netherworld true spirit. In Qin Feng's senses, there was a true spirit that was like a dragon, but not a dragon, a tiger, but not a tiger, a lion, but not a lion, a qilin, but not a qilin, and a dog, but not a dog. A single horn, a dog's ears, a dragon's body, a tiger's head, a lion's tail, and a qilin's feet. It was called Di Ting. That true spirit was very interesting. After it was born, it ran to the front of the Netherworld God Temple and helped Qin Feng guard the door. It lay in front of the temple door all year round and slept soundly, and it was not afraid of anyone. The entire Netherworld was changing. Qin Feng vaguely felt that this change might have led to some kind of change in the ancient land. That was why the Netherworld had such a strange change. One had to know that the existence of a true spirit could be said to be a different kind of Tao. The birth of a true spirit in the Netherworld meant that the laws of heaven and earth had begun to be perfected and could give birth to a deity position. It seems that the Netherworld does have the opportunity to give birth to a postnatal deity position, or even a mid-deity position, or an innate origin deity position. Qin Feng muttered to himself. He could clearly sense the changes in the Netherworld. As the Netherworld expanded, he could feel the gathering of providence. The netherworld God position in his body was gradually reaching the peak of the fourth grade deity position. It was about to break through the limit of the fourth grade deity position. Above the fourth grade deity position was the third grade postnatal deity position. This was very impressive. If the netherworld had enough providence, it might even be able to give birth to the second grade netherworld emperor deity position, or even the first grade netherworld ancestor deity position. Legend had it that Wang Daoyi opened up the Spirit Sea netherworld during the turmoil of the Spirit Sea continent and became the netherworld ancestor. And with the netherworld ancestor as the foundation, he soared through the clouds and became the netherworld master god. In Qin Feng's divine will, as the 13 prefectures of Kuan-Tu fell under the control of the netherworld, the netherworld energy in the entire netherworld soared. There were many netherworld veins in the netherworld. At the same time, a huge amount of providence was added to his body, replenishing the energy he had used to comprehend the water-type origin laws. This surge of providence was extremely huge. Kuan-Tu had a golden dragon of providence. This surge of providence disintegrated and flowed into the Cloud Prefecture along with the Kunlun Prefecture's dragon veins. This was no small matter. This made Qin Feng somewhat restless. He almost wanted to go into seclusion immediately to fuse with the last water-type origin celestial law and become a water-type greater celestial king. However, Qin Feng resisted this impulse. Fusing with the last water-type origin celestial law was very crucial. Qin Feng estimated that the amount of providence it would consume would not be a small amount. Just this surge of providence alone might not be enough to succeed. If it failed, there would be a great disaster. In Qin Feng's heart, this matter had to be foolproof. However, with the Earth Spirit City submission, as long as he opened up the netherworld and the 12 prefectures under the Earth Spirit City, he would not be far from becoming a greater celestial king. Just as Qin Feng was about to open up the netherworld and the 12 prefectures under the Earth Spirit City, an invisible, dangerous undercurrent surged towards the desert. Lin Huang, the huge and ancient region tree, was so huge that it towered into the sky. The ancient region tree was an ancient spiritual tree. It was said that when this ancient tree grew to its maximum, its branches and leaves could cover an entire region. It could be said that it had a trace of the bloodline of the world tree. In the primordial era, it was said that there was a race that lived on the ancient region tree and built cities and residences on the tree. This kind of huge tree was very rare now. Only Lin Huang still had a part of it. The Wood Witch tribe was in a valley where the ancient region tree covered the sky. Second update. Chapter 1176. The starlight was like frost and snow. In the dark night, countless stars seemed to be hanging on the ancient realm tree. The starlight illuminated thousands of miles as if it was daytime. The ancient realm tree would bear 3 types of fruits. The starry fruit was the most common type. The fruit was like a star, absorbing the power of the stars in the sky to grow. In the dark night, it was like daytime. To cultivators who comprehended the power of the stars, this fruit was extremely beneficial. From afar, it looked like the shining stars on the tree. It was very fascinating. The other 2 were the extreme yin fruit and extreme yang fruit. They were born from the extreme yin and extreme yang starlight, respectively. However, the extreme yin fruit and extreme yang fruit were extremely rare. The ancient realm tree would only bear 1 type of fruit, and usually there would only be one among the countless starry fruits. The ancient realm tree in the valley where the Wood Witch tribe was located bore the extreme yang fruit. However, it had just bloomed from the bud, and its brilliance was not bright. It was as if a small orange-red sun had appeared amidst the sea of stars. The ancient realm tree that bore the extreme yang fruit was also called the ancient realm tree of the sun. Under the orange-yellow brilliance, the valley was illuminated like a small alley. The gazes of many patrolling warriors landed on the orange-yellow extreme yang fruit, and their eyes revealed a hint of desire. The starry fruit was extremely delicious, especially its marrow cleansing effect. To the warriors of the tribe who valued bloodlines, it was a rare, sacred item. The extreme yang fruit could be said to be the king of all fruits. It contained a trace of Xiantian pure yang qi and had an incredible effect on the awakening and tempering of bloodlines. However, although the extreme yang fruit was on the tree, no one dared to cross the taboo. No one dared to touch the majesty of the Wood Witch King, especially after the forest was unified by the Wood Witch King. However, the atmosphere in the Wood Witch tribe had been a little tense recently. Many warriors had heard that the desert next door had also been unified by a peerless powerhouse. The two factions had officially started to share the border. If that was all, the powerhouses in the tribe were not worried. The Nine Nether tribe was strong, but the Wood Witch tribe was not to be trifled with. The main reason was that the Wood Witch King's sweetheart, the Kunda Queen, seemed to have fallen into the hands of the Nine Nether King. This made the Wood Witch King very angry. In the tribe, the rumors of the Kunlun Empress and the Wood Witch King were no secret. Many powerful fighters knew that the Wood Wizard King had always been infatuated with the Kunlun Empress, and he had sent people to propose marriage several times. Originally, after the Wood Wizard King unified the forest wasteland, he was prepared to march into the desert and unify the desert as a betrothal gift to the Kunlun Empress. At this time, in the central tribal temple, if the masters from the Spirit Sea continent who were familiar with the primeval witchcraft Dao civilization were here, they would recognize that the Wood Witch clan's tribal style was very similar to the primitive witchcraft Dao. Ancient shaman markings and a barbaric aura surged forth. In fact, the Wood Witch tribe had indeed inherited the essence of the witchcraft Dao. The Wood Witch tribe was very unusual in their usage of totems. In particular, the Wood Shaman tribe's wood totem spells were extremely peculiar. The totem of the Wood Witch clan was a gigantic divine tree. Rumor had it that it was the World Tree. Anyone who communicated with the World Tree would be blessed. Every powerhouse of the Wood Shaman clan had a natal spirit tree. At this time, an ice-cold voice came from the temple. Everyone, there's no need to persuade me. No matter what, I have to make a trip to the Nine Underworld tribe. It's been 2 months. I heard that the Kunlun Empress was severely injured by the Nine Underworld King and that it's unknown whether she's dead or alive. I definitely can't abandon her. This was a stern and heroic youth. His jade-green hair draped over his shoulders, and he was as handsome as a fairy from the legends. There was a jade-green jade between his eyebrows, which added to his heroic and dignified aura. Exuberant vitality appeared on his body. There was also a primitive and noble aura from the primeval age. At this time, his words were resolute and had a will that couldn't be changed. At the side, more than 10 quasi-deity elders secretly smiled bitterly. This Wood Witch King's obsession with the Kunlun Empress was too deep. After knowing that the Kunlun Empress was severely injured, he almost immediately rushed to the Kunlun Prefecture. One had to know that the Wood Witch tribe had just unified the forest wasteland, and all the tribes had submitted. There were almost 100 things waiting to be done. If the Wood Witch King left, who knew what kind of chaos would occur in the newly unified Wood Witch tribe? This Wood Witch King was much more infatuated than they had imagined. Seeing that everyone still wanted to say something, the Wood Witch King shook his head. You guys don't need to say anything. This king isn't someone who doesn't care about the big picture. Now that you guys are suppressing the Wood Witch tribe, this king is very relieved. Moreover, you guys should be very clear that the 9th Underworld tribe controls the desert, but the desert is so barren. This king dares to say that the 9th Underworld king has already taken a fancy to our forest wasteland. This king wants to take advantage of the fact that they have just unified the desert and defeat them in one fell swoop. At the very least, I want to defeat them and make them unable to pose a threat to our forest wasteland for a short period of time. The Wood Witch King looked around at the quasi-deities. If you guys still don't feel at ease, you can also lead the army to approach the desert and set up an invading formation to help this king attract the majority of the forces in the desert. In the shrine, the 12 quasi-deities looked at each other. The wood which king's words weren't without reason. This was the best method. All right, since you guys have all agreed, the Woodwitch tribe will be temporarily handed over to you guys. The 12 quasi-deities nodded, and a baleful aura appeared on their faces. We will make preparations now. 5 days later, the army will definitely descend on the desert. Cloud Prefecture, Underworld Earth, Een Mountain Range, Underworld King's Temple. Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the temple and carefully comprehended the changes after the expansion of the Underworld Earth. He was comprehending the laws of the netherworld that seemed to have substance. Waves of extreme Een origin energy were continuously being born along with the 13 prefectures of Kuna Country, Earth Spirit City, and the 12 prefectures of the Underworld Earth. The most obvious change was the change in color of the extreme Een origin energy in the Great Earth Reincarnation Pool. From the initial pitch-black color, it now carried a trace of extremely noble purple chi. Purple chi, no matter where it was the symbol of origin energy. Tainted with a trace of this purple chi, the laws of the netherworld and the Great Earth Reincarnation Pool absorbed the luck of the Underworld Earth. Even the origin purple chi was being nurtured toward the innate, inextinguishable spirit light. The innate, inextinguishable spirit light of the Great Earth Reincarnation Pool had already been born and was about to transform into an innate spiritual treasure. Not only the Great Earth Reincarnation Pool, the innate, inextinguishable spirit light of the soul-suppressing bell was also transforming into an innate spiritual treasure. However, that innate spiritual treasure already had an owner. His Highness King Qin Guang had taken a liking to this innate spiritual treasure at first sight. He had pestered Qin Feng for 2 months and finally obtained it, after offering most of the royal collection of the entire Kunta country. Who knew how many people were envious of this opportunity? An innate spiritual treasure. Such a treasure was something that only a few true gods could possess. Actually, Qin Feng did not want to let the Queen of Kunlun off so easily. However, he had set the rules first. On the Netherworld list, as long as one had enough points, they could exchange for the innate spiritual treasure, the soul-suppressing bell. Originally, he had set a sky-high price for the soul-suppressing bell, close to 50 million points. One had to know that an innate spiritual treasure was only worth 10,000 points on the Netherworld list. Who would have thought that the Queen of Kunlun was so rich that she had even brought out her treasurer? Qin Feng was filled with regret. He had been taken advantage of by this queen. It was too late for regrets. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. Chapter 1177. After that, Qin Feng doubled the price of the Xiantian spiritual treasures in a fit of anger. It directly soared to 100 million points. However, the number of Xiantian spiritual treasures produced by the Netherworld Earth was limited, and there were no other loopholes to exploit. Qin Feng would definitely not leave the Great Earth Reincarnation Pool for others. The Great Earth Reincarnation Pool was different from the soul-suppressing bell. This treasure was the source of the Netherworld Earth, and it was related to the perfection of the Netherworld Earth and the evolution of the laws of the Netherworld. In the future, it would evolve into the 6 paths of reincarnation, and it was the bridge to the completion of the Netherworld Earth. Next, there was another Xiantian spiritual treasure, Xiantian Gourd Spirit Root. After this golden Xiantian Gourd Spirit Root absorbed the extreme Een source, it started to undergo a miraculous transformation. The faint golden spirit root carried an extremely luxurious purple chi. A faint purple light lingered around the entire spirit vine. Be it the roots or the leaves, the entire spirit vine carried a peculiar purplish gold color. The first black gourd that the spirit root formed also seemed to be covered in purplish gold color, turning into a purplish gold black gourd. It was extremely miraculous. It grew healthily. It was more than 1 size bigger than before when it was malnourished. It was extremely spiritual. This was the 3rd spiritual treasure. Among them, the soul-suppressing bell was about to mature. The remaining two spiritual treasures had great potential. Although they were about to become Xiantian spiritual treasures, their potential was too great. Qin Feng would definitely not take them. The surging fate of the netherworld earth gathered. In the temple, as Qin Feng comprehended the water origin heavenly law, enlighten all spirits, he had already reached perfection, reaching the limit. Qin Feng opened his eyes. The faint majesty in his eyes seemed to have materialized. The water source was at the peak of quasi-deity realm. Can I start a breakthrough? After muttering to himself, Qin Feng did not choose to break through immediately. Instead, he gradually adjusted his mentality. He looked around slightly. At this moment, as the source of the netherworld earth gathered, a hazy part of the netherworld king's temple was still evolving. There was a place where Xiantian Qi lingered, and the source converged, occasionally flashing with spiritual light. There might be a Xiantian treasure nurtured there. Above the great earth reincarnation pool, a ball of flame burned with the color of the netherworld. The tribe's fire seed. The fate of the netherworld yang world gathered on it, nourishing this fire seed and causing it to transform in an extremely miraculous direction. There were several stages in the transformation of the tribe's fire seed. If a tribe worshipped the beast god totem, the beast god totem would rise along with the tribe's fortune, gradually becoming a spirit, a saint, and eventually a true totem devil god. This was the ultimate existence under the totem laws, a type of true god that was born by absorbing the fate of the tribe. If the totem was based on a spirit root plant, the power of the totem would eventually be born and turn into a spirit root that could protect the tribe. That would be a different kind of tree god. It was also a type of quasi-true god. Qin Feng was different. When he established his tribe, he used himself as a totem and called himself Emperor Nine Nether. This totem had a strange connection with him. Of course, Qin Feng was no stranger to it. This matter was related to a great scheme of his. The other type was similar to the Kuan Tu country, where the fire seed was nurtured into a treasure of providence. However, this flaw was very obvious. For example, after the Kuan Tu country was destroyed, the phoenix tail zither had almost collapsed. If not for Qin Feng ordering the queen to place this treasure in the temple to nurture it, this treasure of providence might have completely dissipated. Even so, this treasure's power would have decreased by more than half in a short period of time. However, as the Queen of Kunlun nurtured it with the providence of King Qingguang, this treasure would regain its power and even improve further, becoming King Qingguang's legacy treasure of providence. After resting for a while, his state of mind calmed down. Qin Feng immediately prepared to break through. He took a deep breath and converted his Chaos Origin Star godly power into water-type godly power. In his god eyes, the underworld's providence revolved around him. Most of the underworld's providence had fused with the treasures nurtured by the underworld's origin. Part of it had fused with the netherworld king's deity position and water-type deity position. This accounted for at least 80% of the underworld's providence. Another 15% fell into Qin Feng's body. Although it was only 15% compared to the underworld's enormous flow of providence, 15% was still considerable. In the main hall, Qin Feng formed a seal with his hands. His fingers intertwined as he skillfully performed the secret technique of converting providence. Above his head, a thick flow of destiny burned and burned in his hand seal, turning into wisps of spiritual light that entered his body, his sea of consciousness, and the last heavenly law of water. Enlighten all spirits of the original divinity of water, the sun's side. This heaven-rank law of enlighten all spirits was being purified at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into pure water-type divinity. Qin Feng was already very proficient in doing this kind of thing. However, as the underworld's providence in his body transformed, Qin Feng became a little worried. The speed of the transformation was too slow. In just a moment, he had already consumed nearly half of the underworld's providence. However, The heaven-rank law of enlighten all spirits had only purified a small portion. When he had transformed the seventh and eighth water-type heaven-rank law of enlighten all spirits, he had not consumed so much underworld's providence. Qin Feng was secretly shocked. He could not help but feel a little lucky that he had waited until he had swept Earth Spirit City and unified the desert before trying again. Otherwise, it was very likely that all his efforts would have been for naught. Bit by bit, the providence that he had obtained after sweeping through the 36 prefectures was evaporating bit by bit. Every moment was torture for Qin Feng. After 4 hours, there was not much underworld's providence left in his body. However, the heaven-rank law of enlighten all spirits had not been completely transformed into water-type divinity. As time passed, the underworld's providence was gradually close to being completely consumed. Just as the 15% of underworld's providence was about to be completely exhausted, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief as the heaven-rank law of enlighten all spirits had finally been purified. A small cluster of water-type divinity that was like a bright moon rippled in his sea of consciousness. The flowing clear light seemed to have a trace of spirituality in his sea of consciousness. This cluster of water-type divinity contained the ultimate essence of water-type divinity's nourishment and creation. In the center, the water-type divinity sun emitted a guiding force, and the purified divinity sank into it like a bright moon. The two divinities merged together. After absorbing this last divinity, it was as if it had finally reached perfection. Almost naturally, the ice-blue water-type divinity sun began to liquefy, solidifying into a semi-crystal that contained the most profound essence of the laws of heaven and earth. Ice blue, just like a real ice-blue sun. The spiritual light that it emitted looked extremely gentle, but it was filled with an inconceivable and incomprehensible profoundness. It had a tyrannical might that transcended the heavens and earth. Even if a quasi-deity looked at it, their divine soul would be severely injured. Water-type, half-god, divinity sun. The half-god divinity sun was like a materialized sun that entered his body, guiding his divine power, divine body, and divine soul to temper and transform into a true greater celestial king realm. This kind of transformation was very natural. There was not a trace of difficulty at all. At the instant of the complete transformation, a mighty force penetrated Qin Feng's divine body and surged outwards, shaking the entire underworld within 100,000 li radius. Level 15 water-type, greater celestial king realm was naturally broken through. Chapter 1178. Water-type king, water-type, true god. Is the Tao of true gods in controlling the world origin force? Qin Feng closed his eyes as he tried to comprehend this familiar and enormous power. With a thought, he seemed to be able to mobilize all the water-type energy in the world and turn it into the strongest weapon. It was as if he was the origin of the water-type energy. A rank 15 greater celestial could perfectly control the world origin force, which was also the laws of nature. Every move he made could destroy the world. This was not something an ordinary rank 15 powerhouse could compare to. Therefore, anyone below rank 15 king was like an ant. A king was comparable to a true god. The difference was in their control of the laws of nature. With a deity position and the recognition of the heaven and earth, one was like a fish in water in the heaven and earth. Be it cultivation or anything else, everything was smooth sailing. As for kings, they were unfilial sons. They were strong, but once they used too much power, they would attract the interference of the heaven and earth and be subject to supervision. Every move they made would be restricted. It would be extremely difficult for him to take another step forward in his cultivation. After becoming a true god, it was a transcendent existence that transcended beyond the world. Although the Linghai continent was extremely powerful and had a mysterious foundation, once one became a king, they would be subject to supervision. It was uncomfortable. To true gods, the endless universe was their stage. There were vast resources there, as well as even more wondrous things, enough for true gods to plunder. However, the heaven and earth continent also had an incomparable advantage over the other worlds, especially existences like the Linghai continent. It contained a transcendent foundation, something that many true gods yearn for even in their dreams. At the very least, many lords could prove that only on the heaven and earth continent could they have the opportunity to become a lord. Outside the heaven and earth continent, it was extremely difficult to become a lord, and the chances were slim. All in all, kings were powerful, but without a deity position, they could not leave the heaven and earth continent. More importantly, the deity position was also an extremely important foundation for lords. I've finally become a greater celestial king. Qin Feng's face shone with joy. At this point, the deity position was within reach. This was a dream that he could only dream of in his previous life. For this, he had wasted 1,000 years in despair and went through 1,000 years of torment. Next was the matter of the deity position. The matter of the deity position. Qin Feng was no longer in a hurry. The underworld king's deity position that was nurtured in the underworld was on the verge of advancing to a third-grade post-celestial deity position. Even if he couldn't return to the Spirit Sea continent for the time being, he could still become a true god in this primordial land and slowly find his way to transcend. Slightly relaxing, Qin Feng could see that his divine kingdom was also transforming. As he condensed the water element demigod core, the light of the demigod core shone brightly, and countless dimensions appeared in his divine kingdom. These dimensions absorbed the innate yuan qi in his divine kingdom and took shape, evolving into the dimensions of a chaos over God. Thanks to the Netherworld list, which gathered all the powerful warriors in the desert to search for pre-world energies, Qin Feng could find a few types of pre-world energies almost every day. The entire God Nation was evolving at an extremely fast pace. 3,000 types of pre-world energies was no longer a problem for Qin Feng. As long as he had time to nurture them, he would definitely be able to gather all 3,000 types of pre-world energies and transform his divine kingdom into a chaos over God's dimension. A chaos over God's dimension was a dimension that only overgods could possess. It had the ability to cut through time and space. It was this ability that allowed overgods to send reincarnators to plunder the endless resources of time and space to nourish themselves. If he could obtain a chaos over God's dimension in advance, Qin Feng could also imitate those overgods and become a bandit, plundering the resources of other worlds. In his divine kingdom, the 7 elemental realms absorb a portion of pre-world energies and merged with the changing dimensions of time and space, gradually becoming formless. The living beings on the Chaos continent could no longer see the 7 bright suns and moons hanging in the sky with their naked eyes. This transformation was called Dimension Ascension, from a 2D space-time dimension to the 3D space-time dimension, designing the mysteries of time and space. In short, many aspects were progressing. Moreover, when the Earth Spirit City's collection of pre-world treasures was sent over, the Divine Kingdom's transformation would probably take another step. Qin Feng's divine sense changed, and he discovered that with the completion of the 3,000 types of pre-world energies, the laws of heaven and earth in his divine kingdom were already transforming into the heaven and earth laws. Although they were incomplete, many living beings benefited from it. The path of cultivation had opened. Perhaps as the laws of heaven and earth transformed into the heaven and earth laws, similar to the primordial era, there would be ancient prosperity and the heaven and earth laws would evolve. It was certain that with Qin Feng's advancement to King Realm, the Divine Kingdom will be able to give birth to level 15 existences. However, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't allow anyone to reach level 15, not even level 14 or level 13. Powerhouses needed resources to support themselves. Once these powerhouses consumed the resources of the divine kingdom, it would be a huge burden to the divine kingdom. In Qin Feng's knowledge, this restriction could only be lifted after reaching the chaos over God's dimension. Just as Qin Feng closed his eyes to familiarize himself with the water-type king's power at this moment, in the underworld, the king's aura rushed out of the underworld king's temple in all directions like a huge wave. It alarmed many of the underworld's powerhouses. That huge phenomenon was too huge. The surging aura suppressed many of the underworld's powerhouses, and they couldn't help but kneel on the ground. The power of a true god? It seems to be the suppression of the water-type heaven and earth laws. What a powerful divine aura. Another breakthrough? A dual-element king? Many of the underworld's powerhouses couldn't hide their shock, and even more of them were fanatical. Water-type king? In a high-grade underworld king's temple, Yi Ding's eyes were filled with shock, and he couldn't believe his eyes. He knew that Qin Feng was very strong. However, he had always thought that it was the result of the underworld's power. He didn't expect that he had actually become a king, and a water-type king. How can he cultivate so fast? Yi Ding's heart turned cold. Qin Feng had only started cultivating for less than 10 years, and he had become a king in less than 10 years. How terrifying was that? Providence. The key thing was providence. Only monstrous providence could create such a miracle. The underworld's providence. Yi Ding murmured. He couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. As the deputy patriarch, he had been promoted to a high-grade underworld god by Qin Feng, so he could also enjoy the underworld's providence. However, compared to the underworld king's providence, it was too far away. Seeing that his fellow disciple had improved by leaps and bounds, Yi Ding's emotions were extremely complicated. Water-type king, King Qingguang Palace was located at the top of the Yin mountain range. Aside from her, there were 4 other high-grade underworld gods cultivating and communicating with one another in the palace. Feeling this huge pressure, the Kunlun Queen's expression was calm for a moment. Chapter 1179. This person is simply too terrifying. Not only is he a king of the soul system, but he's also advancing to the king level of the water system. The Kunlun Empress's expression was calm, but her heart was not. The battle prowess of a dual-system king was absolutely beyond imagination. Actually, she did not know that Qin Feng's body of an extraterritorial true devil was not as simple as a king of the soul system. It was a different kind of Tao. It was just that she did not understand the profoundness of the demonic Tao. Empress, since we have already joined the Netherworld tribe, the stronger this person is, the safer it is for us. A high-grade underworld god at the side said. It was a female sub-deity dressed in green. She was He Qianqian. The 4 high-grade underworld gods were the original 4 sub-deities of Kuntu: Li Wei, Yao Han, Wu Ling, and He Qianqian. The 5 of them were as close as sisters. So Qin Feng directly assigned the 4 sub-deities to the Kunlun Empress, who is the current King Qingguang's subordinate. Now that the various desolate regions are surging like a storm, it is indeed a blessing to have such a tyrannical king overseeing the situation. As long as he treats the people of Kunta well, we are determined to follow him. Apart from Li Wei, the other 3 high-grade underworld gods also spoke. It could be seen that everyone had already begun to acknowledge the Netherworld tribe. Although the Netherworld tribe had a strict hierarchy, it was still relatively free. At least, the Netherworld king did not oppress them. After the deterrence, there were still rewards, especially those temples, which could be said to be an eye-opener for everyone. The deity position nurtured within was something that many sub-deities yearned for even in their dreams. Bound by benefits, the sub-deities could not help but be tempted. Now, most of the sub-deities were eager to stay in the temple 24 hours a day to comprehend the profoundness of the deity position. Who would have the heart to obey in public, but oppose in private? Not to mention, the unlucky ones were still themselves. But one thing was for sure, after this matter, the Netherworld tribe would become even more united. On Een Mountain, Qinfeng was slowly familiarizing himself with the power of the Water System King. Suddenly, he was startled. The next moment, a trace of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes, and he suddenly disappeared from the Netherworld King's temple. Prefecture. This was one of the 36 prefectures of the Barren Prefecture, close to the forest. This sand island was filled with endless yellow sand. It was considered one of the more barren sand islands among the 36 prefectures. Yuzhou was one of the 13 prefectures of Kunta country. There was a huge Yuzhou city here, which was connected to the border. Although this place was barren, its geographical location was quite outstanding. Many tribes in the desolate forest would enter this place to trade goods with each other. According to Qin Feng's plan, he wanted to send a quasi-deity to oversee this place. However, since the Kunta country had just submitted to the Earth Spirit City, the Earth Spirit City was still under the jurisdiction of the Kunta country. Therefore, the Earth Spirit City was still under the jurisdiction of the Kunta country. Therefore, the Earth Spirit City was still under the jurisdiction of the Kunta country. At this moment, Yuzhou City was as quiet as a dead city. The once bustling city was now in pieces. Countless rocks crumbled, forming terrifying ruins. There were even people lying in pools of blood. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Many living beings prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. His eyes were filled with fear as he stared at that delicate and pretty figure. Among them, 3 middle-grade underworld gods who were guarding State were pale. They stood in front of a green-robed young man like quails. This was a young man in his mid-20s. His face was devilishly handsome, and his pupils were like emeralds. The 3 middle-grade underworld gods were Chao Chun, Gao Feng, and Liang Qing. The 3 usually lofty city lords were now in a sorry state. Their bodies were stained with blood. Clearly, they had suffered heavy injuries. The 3 of them looked at the green-robed young man with unsightly expressions. Just now, it was this green-robed young man who had suddenly descended and blasted State into pieces with a single attack. Countless living beings had died in that one attack. The 3 of them hid in the temple of the underworld earth, but the temple was still destroyed and their bodies were captured. Your Majesty with Shaman King, we are just small fries. Why do you have to make things difficult for us? The 3 of you are just ants in my eyes. Killing you is as easy as stepping on ants. Why do you think you're still alive? The green-robed young man's emerald-like eyes were cold and emotionless as he looked at the 3 underworld gods. You have betrayed Kunta country and the Empress. You should have died long ago. Your Majesty with Shaman King, we did not betray the Empress. It was the Empress who ordered us to surrender to the Netherworld tribe. We were just following orders. Liang Qing refuted with all her might. Nonsense. The Kunlun Empress is my woman. The entire Kunta country is also her dowry. You are just slaves who betray your master for glory. Since you dared to betray the Empress and betray me, don't blame me for being merciless. The green-robed young man's eyes were sharp and filled with murderous intent. In his heart, the Kunlun Empress and Kunta country were all in his hands. These people had dared to betray him. They deserved to die. However, the power lingering in the depths of the 3 middle-grade underworld gods' souls intrigued him. In particular, the temple system formed by the Netherworld Earth moved him greatly. He instinctively felt that this would be extremely beneficial to his tribe system, which was based on the Wizard Dao civilization. Extract their souls and refine them. It's best if we can find out the true secret of this unknown power. He had long suspected that the 9 Underworld King could unify the desert and even subdue the people in such a short period of time. That was why he had chosen to investigate alone this time. A trace of burning greed flickered in his eyes. A cold emerald divine light appeared around him and enveloped the 3 middle-grade underworld gods. Under the furious, desperate, and resentful gazes of the 3 city lords, the emerald divine light analyzed the power of the 3 middle-grade underworld gods inch by inch. It sees the secrets of the netherworld earth in the three underworld gods' souls. The netherworld earth, and the enfeefment. It can even give birth to the netherworld earth's providence and the netherworld deity position. As the three middle-grade underworld gods wailed in despair and pain, the green-robed young man unscrupulously flipped through the memories of the three underworld gods. However, the more he read, the brighter his eyes became. A trace of intense greed rose in his emerald eyes. The rules of the netherworld earth's enfeefment almost made his greed expand to the maximum. The netherworld king can give birth to the netherworld earth's providence and the deity position. This is unbelievable. I must get it. The netherworld king's deity position can gather the netherworld earth's providence and strengthen it. This is a great opportunity for me. With this deity position, whether I return to the spirit sea continent or stay here, I can attack or retreat freely. I must get the netherworld king's deity position. 9 Underworld King, I didn't expect you to have such a big secret. You've really benefited me. The green-robed young man's face was wild with joy. He couldn't hide his ferocity. Ah, Wood Wizard King, you're so ambitious. The Empress has misjudged you, you ingrate. You'll die a horrible death. The pain of having their souls searched and refined made the three underworld gods extremely painful. They couldn't help but curse. 3 pieces of trash. Now that I know your secret, you're useless. Die. The green-robed young man sneered. He raised his palm and slammed it toward the 3 underworld gods. Chapter 1180. The 3 underworld gods closed their eyes in despair. The green-robed youth sneered. Just as he was about to attack, his expression changed, and he turned into a ray of emerald light and disappeared. A faint, moonlight glow suddenly appeared from the space-time and swept across the place where the green-robed youth stood. Who's there? 1,000 feet away, the emerald light shone, and the green-robed youth's figure appeared. He looked at the spot with cold eyes. The moonlight flowed like water, and a black-robed figure appeared on the spot. His body was hazy, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. A strong aura of laws belonging to a king was emitted, and he was like a huge sun standing in the desert. The intense divine light caused people to involuntarily feel a sense of insignificance and tremble. It was as if that figure had transcended heaven and earth, and its majesty was so grand that it surpassed space-time and had all kinds of unbelievable power. A greater celestial king? The green-robed youth was slightly stunned, but then he had a guess in his heart. The cold and greedy light locked onto that figure. Your Majesty! On the ground, the 3 underworld gods looked at that figure and almost cried out loud. Your Majesty, we've let you down. He searched our souls and refined them. We really couldn't endure it. No need to say more. I know. You guys go and rest. Let me deal with this thief. Qin Feng waved his hand. He turned around and locked his eyes on the green-robed youth 1,000 feet away. When the incident happened in Yuzhou City, he had sensed the fire seed's warning and rushed over. However, he was still too late. Yuzhou City had been destroyed, and more than half of the people in the city were dead. To the tribe, the people were the source of providence. With so many people dead, it was no doubt a big blow to the new 9 Nether tribe. Providence decreased. This was to cut off Qin Feng's roots. Killing intent surged in his heart. Not to mention, this person had searched the souls of the 3 underworld gods and seemed to know some secrets of the underworld. This person must die. He can't be allowed to leave alive. Qin Feng looked up, and blood-red killing intent flashed across his eyes. 9 Nether King, the green-robed youth sneered. Woodwitch King, Qin Feng said calmly. The green-robed youth declined to comment. I really didn't expect that we would meet in a sea of sand like this. Seriously speaking, we are from the same hometown and come from the same place. Qin Feng sneered. We really came from the same place, so only one of us can live. The green-robed youth clapped his hands and laughed. You're right, you'll definitely die. I will die. Qin Feng muttered to himself with a smile on his face. That's right. Moreover, Everything you have is destined to be a wedding dress for this god. The Netherworld tribe, the Kunlun Empress, and your position as the Nether King. The green-robed youth looked at Qin Feng. This is your fate. My life. Qin Feng shook his head. I don't believe in fate. My fate lies with me, not you. On the contrary, I've seen your life today. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Rumble. A beam of black light suddenly shot out. In the next moment, the water light locked onto the green-robed youth and suddenly turned into a huge vortex. True God law. Endless huge vortex. A force that could devour, crush, and eliminate everything erupted from the vortex. The huge vortex engulfed thousands of miles. The Wood Witch King's body was involuntarily sucked into the vortex. Child's play. In the huge vortex, his long green hair danced in the wind. A ring of dense green light surged around him, and a huge ancient tree vaguely appeared. Countless tree roots appeared from the ancient tree. Like long whips, they struck the huge vortex. Bam, bam, bam. The huge vortex seemed to have suffered a huge blow that it couldn't withstand, and it collapsed layer by layer. The tree roots were as thick as a coiling dragon. Like a whale sucking in water, it swallowed up all the black water, yuan qi, in the air. Sizzle. The huge ancient tree swallowed the black water energy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its leaves swayed and emitted a jade-like flowing light. It seemed to have received a great supplement. Waterwood. Qin Feng's face was a little gloomy. The wood element was extremely effective against the water element. Ninth Underworld King. Although you're also a king, you're a new king. Moreover, you're a water king. You're not my match at all. Today, you're destined to die. The green-robed youth snickered, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The huge ancient tree behind him seemed to have taken a step forward from space-time. Countless tree roots and tree vines shot out, sweeping toward Qin Feng. The tree vines and tree roots had a strange power that seemed to be able to seal space-time. When they appeared, Qin Feng felt that space-time within thousands of miles seemed to have frozen. Qin Feng's heart sank. This kind of tree totem might not have the strongest defensive power, but its sealing power far surpassed ordinary divine items. Most powerful ancient trees had the bloodline of the World Tree. The World Tree was famous for its ability to seal space-time. The illusory image of the ancient tree that appeared on the green-robed youth's body covered the sky and the sun. It was as verdant as an azure dragon. Although he couldn't see the other powers of this ancient tree, its space-time sealing ability far surpassed that of an ordinary ancient tree. Vines that looked like azure dragons came attacking. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. Although he was temporarily trapped and couldn't use his space-time ability, he wasn't afraid of this veteran king. With a faint smile, he waved his big sleeve. Millions of water-element Xianming divine lightning shot out, bombarding the countless tree vines. Countless tree vines were blasted apart, shattering into pieces and pieces. Suddenly, what shocked everyone was that the tree vines that had been blasted apart by the Xianming divine lightning actually healed at lightning speed and swept toward Qin Feng again, covering the sky and covering the earth. This was extremely frightening. One had to know that Qin Feng's water element laws had been thoroughly deshang, and he had advanced to the king realm. The might of these water element divine lightning could be said to be overflowing. They were all water element divine lightning with chaotic nature and could easily kill a quasi-deity. The vines that filled the sky were as thick as dragons, seemingly impervious to water, fire, and lightning. Ninth Underworld King, if this is all you have, then you're dead for sure today. The power of regeneration of a wood element expert is indeed difficult to deal with, but do you think it's useful against me? Qin Feng's water element divine power vibrated, and a light blue divine light flew out from his back, brushing against the countless tree vines that were tearing through the sky. The tree vines could be seen with the naked eye as they turned into ashes. Numerous jade-colored crystals appeared in front of Qin Feng. Life crystals. Life absorption? Seeing this, the green-robed youth was slightly startled. Then, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He hated would element king, realm laws, like life absorption. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Would Shaman King accepted my black water origin energy, but you don't have to be so polite. You actually gave me such precious life crystals. This kind of crystal can be said to be a holy item that can extend one's lifespan. However, if you put in so much effort to give such a gift, be careful that your divine tree doesn't overgrow. Qin Feng smiled faintly and waved his big sleeve, storing these high-quality life crystals into his divine country. Hearing this, the green-robed youth's expression became extremely unsightly. He stared at Qin Feng, and killing intent almost burst out from his eyes. Chapter 1181. Little B asterisk star die. Amidst the cold, killing intent, a huge world tree appeared behind the Wood Wizard King. The tree towered into the sky, and its roots extended over. It was as if the entire area within 10,000 miles had become the divine country of the entire tree. Qin Feng suddenly felt as if he had been completely isolated from the world. The natural laws that he could usually receive from the world at all times seemed to have completely disappeared. This was the power of the real world tree. No, it should be a fake world tree. Qin Feng thought. The real world tree could support the world. However, at this moment, Qin Feng had an epiphany. The Wood Wizard King seemed to want to turn the natal divine tree behind him into a world tree and obtain the primordial life as a sacrifice. Once he succeeded, he might really be able to establish his foundation to become a chief god. This was the famous wood-type world tree natural law. It had the same effect as the netherworld natural law. Amidst the pressure in his heart, Qin Feng felt an extremely terrifying power coming from the world tree domain that enveloped him. As this power extended over, it was visible to the naked eye that wooden patterns seemed to appear in the surrounding void space. It was as if even space-time had turned from formless to tangible, as if it had been turned into wood. Qin Feng's divine power went berserk, wanting to tear apart the void space. However, Qin Feng discovered that the surrounding space-time had been sealed off without any blind spots. Divine power bombarded the space-time, only creating gaps. However, it was indeed impossible to leave this place. Ruler natural law, Wood World. The Wood Wizard King smiled coldly and pointed. A formless divine light covered 10,000 miles of void space. Under this formless divine light, the yellow sand on the ground seemed to have turned into a living green color, as if it was filled with vitality like trees. Qin Feng moved, and, at the next moment, his expression changed slightly. He felt that his limbs had turned numb, and a dense wood aura filled his limbs and bones. When he raised his arm, it was actually covered in dense wood patterns. Wood World Natural Law. It should be known that at their level, they had already surpassed ordinary cultivators. Their bodies were divine and had transcended the mortal realm. Their flesh and blood contained supreme rules and mysterious transformations. Ordinary woodification energy was almost completely ineffective when it landed on their bodies. Now, they were actually starting to turn into wood. This was extraordinary. Innate divine fire open. Qin Feng's eyes flashed fiercely. A seven-colored divine fire emerged from his body and enveloped the wood chi, refining it bit by bit. Fire restrains wood. And this was no ordinary divine fire. It was his natal divine fire, the innate rainbow divine flame, which he refined from a few types of innate divine fires. The power of this divine flame was monstrous, and its temperature was even higher than the core of the sun. It was capable of incinerating the myriad worlds. Yes, however, the situation was not optimistic. The rainbow-colored flames fell into the strange wood chi, but they only managed to hold off the wood chi for a brief moment before they were turned into wood. Even the innate divine flames were turned into wood. Don't waste your time, Ninth Underworld King. This king's divine power is at the fourth level of the heavenly Tao. It's far from what you ordinary kings can compare to. The Wood Wizard King smiled coldly. Both of us are divine powers. If the power of a true god is a cloth, then the power of a true god at the fourth level of the heavenly Tao and above is a divine weapon. How can the two of us be compared? He stared at the ninth underworld king as if he was looking at a dead man. Even among kings, there were differences in strength. There were many factors that influenced the division of king's strength. The quality of divine power was one of them. The power of a true god and the rules of refinement were unparalleled. However, there were also different grades of divine power. The quality of a true god's power that could break through to the king realm was undoubtedly at the heavenly Tao level. However, there were also differences in the heavenly Tao level. The Wood Wizard King broke through to the king realm in the ancient era. He was an ancient post-celestial, wood elemental true god. After cultivating for several eras, he accidentally obtained a seed from the world tree. It could be said that he had long raised the quality of his divine power to the fourth level of the heavenly Tao. His divine power far surpassed that of an ordinary true god. Furthermore, he was born into this world. He cultivated for several eras, but because he was unwilling to leave the spirit sea continent, he was sealed by an ancient son of heaven somewhere and was only reborn in this era. However, he was naturally much more powerful than this ninth underworld king who had just entered the king realm. Qin Feng sneered. In terms of divine power, he was indeed inferior to this ancient post-celestial wood elemental true god. However, in terms of divine power quality, that might not be the case. After absorbing the essence of various divine items, his divine power quality had long advanced to the eighth level of the extreme Tao level. To put it bluntly, this post-celestial, wood elemental true god's divine power quality that had reached the fourth level of the heavenly Tao level was nothing in front of him. Qin Feng remained calm and collected, allowing the wood chi to gradually woodify his divine body. However, he secretly mobilized the Chaos Origin Star's divine power and split the world tree chi in his body inch by inch before refining it into divine power. His body gradually turned into a jade-green wooden figure. Rumble. At the same time, the unusually dense divine power aura on his body fluctuated violently. Seeing the ninth underworld king struggling with all his might, the Wood Wizard King relaxed. He had temporarily taken control of the situation. The next step was to completely refine him and turn him into a fertilizer. As long as he entered the world tree's body, he would be completely refined to death by the world tree, no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve. However, the Wood Wizard King was still very cautious. He stayed extremely far away and only used the world tree's vines to trap Qin Feng and accelerate the woodification. Although using the world tree's world tree domain, this move would rarely fail. A lion still needed to go all out. The world tree's vines trapped Qin Feng's entire body and slowly dragged him toward the world tree. The world tree had extremely powerful space-time sealing abilities. Qin Feng could feel that the surface of his body and even the various meridians in his body were sealed by an invisible force. Ordinary divine power couldn't break through this shackle at all. From the beginning to the end, the Wood Wizard King had been on full alert in case Qin Feng showed weakness and launched a sneak attack. A very cautious person. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. But even so what? Qin Feng sneered inwardly. When the Wood Wizard King used the world tree's main body, Qin Feng had already found this king's weakness. The natal divine tree. The Wood Wizard King was extremely dependent on this natal divine tree that was practically a single entity. Most of his battle power was on this divine tree. If it were an ordinary true god, they would be helpless even if they knew where the Wood Wizard King's weakness was. This world tree was extremely huge, its roots deep in the endless void. Its vitality was exuberant, and techniques like water, fire, and lightning couldn't harm it at all. Even if supreme divine weapons slashed at it, they could only injure it at most, not kill it. The Wood Wizard King and this divine tree were one entity with two lives. As long as the branches escaped, they could be rapidly reborn in a short time. Chapter 1182. True God Law. Enlighten all spirits. Although the two of them were powerful as one, 1 plus 1 was definitely not as simple as 2. If the other body developed spirituality, it would not be fun. It would be a disaster. Cool divine light flowed along the world tree's vines and almost blasted into the depths of the world tree. Rumble. Countless spirituality boiled from the depths of the world tree. The Wood Wizard King's expression changed drastically. He felt that the second clone in the world tree suddenly had independent consciousness and started to resist his imprint fiercely, wanting to break away from him and become completely independent. All living beings, regardless of strength, yearned for freedom as long as they had intelligence. They would never want to be imprinted with someone's imprint and become someone's puppet. This world tree was nurtured by the Wood Wizard King with his blood, sweat, and tears. It had the Wood Wizard King's imprint from head to toe. Its primordial spirit was even secretly refined by the Wood Wizard King and replaced with a wisp of his own spirit. It was almost perfect control. There was no primordial spirit going berserk or becoming independent. However, it encountered Qin Feng. Qin Feng was an extraterrestrial true demon, the god of mental demons. He was naturally good at bewitchment. In addition to the power of enlighten all spirits, he could develop all living beings' spiritual intelligence. Almost instinctively, the world tree started to go against the Wood Wizard King's will. The world tree's power rejected the Wood Wizard King's imprint in the world tree layer by layer. The newborn spiritual intelligence worked hard to refine the core of the world tree, the imprint in the depths of the primordial spirit. This was outrageous. The Wood Wizard King's face turned green. He felt the impact of the world tree's newborn spiritual intelligence. His expression was cold, and he was furious. The Wood Wizard King had to admit, he was disgusted by this move. The world tree could be said to be his foundation. If the world tree broke away from his control, he would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses, and even his strength would be greatly reduced. However, this despicable move could only disgust him. He felt that a newborn primordial spirit's spiritual intelligence could not affect his control of the world tree. He split a huge part of his will and sent it into the center of the world tree to suppress the primordial spirit's spiritual intelligence. However, just as he split a part of his will, Qin Feng instantly activated the soul demigod persona in the depths of his heart. His true body suddenly materialized and broke away from the confinement of the world tree's space-time power. God's slaying seal. The second time he used this divine demonic martial skill, he did not have to go through so much trouble. In an instant, a blood-red killing sword that could tear apart the sky appeared in Qin Feng's hand. Not good. At the instant Qin Feng broke free from the world tree's vine's entanglement, the Wood Wizard King realized that things weren't looking good. This was especially so when Qin Feng formed seals and condensed the blood-red killing sword. The sense of danger in the Wood Wizard King's heart swelled to an extreme. Even his divine soul was trembling. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. His figure flashed, and he was about to throw off the resistance of the World Tree original spirit and leave this place first. As a veteran king, he was extremely decisive. He had even abandoned the World Tree, his natal divine tree. "You can't run away." Qin Feng smiled coldly. The expression of the Wood Wizard King, who flew up and was about to tear through space-time and charge out, suddenly changed. A hint of shock and fury appeared in his eyes. His body stiffened in the void, and in the depths of his divine soul, a wisp of formless black gas was entangling his entire godhead. What the hell is this? The Wood Wizard King was alarmed. He didn't know when this formless, terrifying black gas had been hidden in his divine consciousness. His entire divine consciousness was under the assault of the black gas. His body was filled with worldly desires, and his divine soul was bewitched. The Wood Wizard King didn't know, but Qin Feng did. He wore a cold expression and chuckled coldly. The black gas in the picture was a mental demon. He had spread the mental demon in the netherworld and integrated it into the many temples and into the bodies of the many underworld gods. Of course, the many underworld gods were harmless. Moreover, they would disappear as some underworld gods attained the Tao and became true gods. Of course, this was under the condition that they didn't rebel against the underworld god. Once they had second thoughts and revealed the netherworld secret, Qin Feng would immediately know. When the Wood Wizard King searched the souls of the three underworld gods, he didn't know that he had been silently infected by the mental demon. Of course, this mental demon couldn't harm the Wood Wizard King. Moreover, after the Wood Wizard King calmed down, he might be able to discover some clues. However, when Qin Feng suddenly appeared, the Wood Wizard King didn't notice anything strange. Now that it suddenly erupted, the Wood Wizard King was caught off guard. A ball of emerald divine fire immediately appeared in the wood elemental divinity, burning this wisp of black gas to ashes. In just an instant, this mental demon was burned to ashes by the divine fire nurtured in the divinity. However, an instant was enough for Qin Feng. The Wood Wizard King opened his eyes. In an instant, his eyes widened, and a hint of fear appeared. An extremely shrill blood-red light pierced through his head. Boom! The blazing red light flew past and landed 1,000 feet away. Qin Feng's figure appeared from the red light. Traces of blood appeared in the blood-red crystal-killing sword in his hand. The Wood Wizard King's head had already disappeared, as if completely vaporized in the red light. Even his divinity had suddenly turned into blood. The headless divine body twitched violently on the spot and collapsed to the ground after a moment. Qin Feng turned around and looked at the place where the divine body had collapsed. Rumble! In the next moment, the entire divine body turned into fragments, dispersing like broken porcelain. Qin Feng had not only shattered the Wood Wizard King's divinity with this sword, but he had also instantly wiped out all the vitality in his divine body. Rumble! Thunderclaps seemed to suddenly appear in the world, as if rejoicing over the death of a true god. Yes, it was rejoicing. Qin Feng could sense the joy of the endless laws of heaven and earth in the sky. This land where a true god from the outer realm had died was a great tonic to this land. The Wood Wizard King's divine body disintegrated, his flesh and blood dispersing, turning into pure divine essence that scattered above the void, triggering waves of thunderous roars. It was like the spring wind and rain. As the emerald essence landed, the barren sea of sand on the ground turned into fertile soil at a visible rate. Qin Feng's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, a large batch of seeds flew down and landed on the ground. Bathed in the essence of a true god after his death, the seeds started to recover at a visible rate. On the original site of Yuzhou City, the broken earth meridians and destroyed spirit roots were all recovering their vitality. Many injured experts walked out with the support of their family and friends. Bathed in the divine essence that filled the sky, they started to recover rapidly. Spirit meridians grew under the ground. A miracle, heaven's blessing. The remaining experts in this huge city couldn't help but lie on the ground and cry loudly. Too many people had died with that casual attack of the Wood Wizard King. Almost every family was wearing mourning clothes. Qin Feng looked at this scene calmly. Bathed in the essence of a true god after his death, Yuzhou City would be reborn very soon. Moreover, due to the nourishment of the essence of a true god, this piece of land would become even more spiritual. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. However, to Qin Feng, things weren't over yet. Chapter 1183. Rumble. In the void, a violent aura like thunder stirred up a storm. Under everyone's gaze, a huge divine tree appeared in the void. The jade-colored divine tree covered the sky and had extremely rich essence energy. It could be said to be a wood elemental treasure. Although the Wood Wizard King had been killed by Qin Feng, this divine tree was still in a frenzy. Its newborn intelligence was still fighting with the imprint left in the divine tree by the Wood Wizard King. Let me give you a hand. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. With a flash, he appeared on top of the divine tree. His unparalleled divine power froze the divine tree's trunk and roots that were still in the midst of a battle. His divine consciousness entered the divine tree, and a jade-green world appeared in front of Qin Feng. Two primordial spirits transformed into giants and fought inside. One was a chubby, huge baby, while the other was a strange giant. The giant had tree roots and a tree body, but it had a human face. The human face still looked like the Wood Wizard King. It emitted a power that was not inferior to that of a king. Although the chubby baby was surrounded by a ring of mighty power, it was suppressed by the tree giant's power and was at an absolute disadvantage. It wouldn't be long before it was completely refined by the tree giant. When the two figures saw a black light suddenly appear in the primordial spirit world, they had different expressions. On the other hand, the chubby baby's face was filled with joy, and his eyes were filled with admiration. The other tree giant stared at Qin Feng with extreme resentment. It screamed and charged over. Little B Astra starred, "I'm going to kill you. You're just a remnant spirit clone, and you still want to stir up trouble." Qin Feng sneered. A formless black light flashed in his hand and suddenly turned into a whip that hit the tree giant. Roar! The tree giant flew backward and let out a cry of pain. Qin Feng sneered. The black light in his hand changed and suddenly wrapped around the flying tree giant like a dumpling. His gaze fell on the huge baby who was eager to try. "Swallow him. Don't disappoint me." Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. If he couldn't even handle such a small matter, he wouldn't mind enlightening another origin spirit. The chubby baby nodded excitedly. With a flash of light, he landed in front of the tree giant and opened his mouth. Countless sharp teeth grew out of his mouth as he bit the tree giant. "Ah, damn little beast, let go of me. Ah, it hurts." At first, the tree giant still had the strength to curse, but gradually, all that was left was howling in pain. "Ninth Underworld King, let go of this king. This king is willing to submit to you. Please." As the baby swallowed mouthful after mouthful, the Wood Wizard King gradually started to feel despair. His main body had fallen, but there were still many clones of his spirit left that could provide him with a chance of resurrection. However, this was one of his more powerful avatars. If this divine clone died, even if it was revived, it would be extremely difficult for it to become a true divinity again. Qin Feng's face was expressionless as he allowed the nascent soul to slowly devour the wood giant's soul. The giant baby's eyes were filled with joy and greed. With each mouthful it took, its figure would change a little, and a portion of the Wood Wizard King's memories would enter its mind. The giant baby's figure was changing from a baby to a 4- or 5-year-old. As it swallowed, it grew bit by bit. After completely swallowing the Wood Wizard King's spirit clone, its body was enveloped in a layer of emerald divine light. It turned into a 15- or 16-year-old, handsome youth in green. When it opened its eyes, they were like morning stars, flickering with the luster of wisdom. In an extremely short period of time, it had completely digested the Wood Wizard King's wisdom and even the gift of the divine tree. A layer of quasi-king-level power emanated from its body. It was only a step away from becoming a king. "Thank you, Father, for enlightening me. Please bestow me a name." After the giant baby regained its consciousness, it knelt on one knee and was unusually respectful to the black-clothed man in front of it. "Father." Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. This form of address was a little out of his expectations. Did not like being a father? However, the world tree primordial spirit in front of him was indeed enlightened by him and was given life by him. It was not overstepping his boundaries to call him father. In all fairness, the green-clothed youth in front of him was not weak. Although the primordial spirit born from the World Tree only had a portion of the World Tree's bloodline, it was still extremely extraordinary and was not any weaker than some true godsons of gods. Moreover, having inherited the mantle of the Wood Wizard King, the previous generation's Wood Wizard King, he had an extremely high chance of attaining the position of a Wood Wizard King. Fine, since you were born after inheriting the legacy of the World Tree, then change your name to Tsangqion. The World Tree is a divine object that supports Tsangqion. Tsangqion? The green-clothed youth was slightly taken aback. Then a hint of joy appeared on his face. Tsangqion, thanks, Father. Qin Feng nodded. His figure flashed out of the World Tree's primordial spirit world and appeared 1,000 feet away in the void. The giant World Tree started to shrink where it was. Countless roots retracted into the tree trunk, and the tree trunk also shrank. In just a moment, this divine tree that could support Tsangqion turned into the size of an ordinary tree. The emerald tree trunk and exquisite leaves looked exceptionally pleasing. A stream of light flashed, and a moment later, a handsome green-clothed youth appeared on the spot. The youth's face was slightly immature, but a vigorous aura could not be concealed. 2 streams of light flashed and appeared in front of the 3 gods of the underworld, Chao Chun, Gao Feng, and Liang Qing. Greetings, your majesty. The 3 gods of the underworld looked at Tsangqion, who was beside Qin Feng. Qin Feng said lightly, "This is one of my divine sons, Tsangqion. In the future, he will replace me in Yuzhou and rule this area as the 3rd king of the underworld, King Song." The 3 gods of the underworld were shocked. Then they took a deep breath and hurriedly bowed. Chao Chun, Gao Feng, and Liang Qing greet King Song. The 3rd king of the underworld, King Song? Tsangqion was at a loss, but there was no lack of shock in his eyes. After obtaining the memories of the Wood Wizard King, he was very clear about the weight of the 3rd king of the underworld. He was second only to one and above everyone else. Up until now, the 9th Underworld King had only appointed 2 Hall Kings. Each of them was an overlord who ruled over many provinces and had the power of a true god. Tsangqion was both excited and uneasy. "Godfather, enough, don't be happy too early. Although I have appointed you as the 3rd Hall King Song, you still need to fight for your own mansion. You should know what to do about the desolate forest." Qin Feng looked indifferently at the green-clothed youth. "Rest assured, Godfather, I have inherited the memories of the Wood Wizard King and have engraved all of his arrangements in my heart. The 12 quasi-deities were all controlled by the Wood Wizard King's secret method, and only I can undo it. As long as you give me 3 months, I will definitely be able to give Godfather a big gift." The green-clothed youth's eyes were filled with sharpness and determination to prove himself. Chapter 1184. 3 months later, Cloud Region. At this moment, Cloud Region was filled with endless mountains and precipitous ridges. No matter how low one's cultivation was, they would be able to sense the changes in Cloud Region. Cloud Region's earth veins seemed to have doubled in size. It was the size of the original Yuan region. The earth veins absorbed the earth qi from the surrounding regions and were rapidly growing. Qin Feng's underworld laws were able to amplify the power of the earth beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After the earth veins were cleared, most of the earth qi flowed into the region, while a small portion flowed into Cloud Region. The entire Cloud Region seemed to have obtained the essence of the wilderness and was undergoing 3 changes in a day. After the earth veins were cleared, the desolate landscape of the entire land changed bit by bit, and the greenery increased. The changes in many sandbars could be seen. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Twilight Desert would no longer be called a desert, but the Cloud Wilderness. Correspondingly, Cloud Region's underworld was also changing with each passing day. The area of the underworld was vast. The Yin Mountain Range even extended to a region and even started to enter the underworld of the other regions. Following the expansion of the Netherworld tribe, masters gradually appeared in the spiritual houses. There were also experts who died in battle and entered the underworld to become new ghost kings. A small portion of them died in battle due to unexpected disputes. The majority of them died because of the battle with the forest wilderness. 3 months ago, the news of the death of the Wood Witch King had reached the forest wilderness, and almost the entire forest had sunk into chaos. Although the Netherworld King had sent his subordinates King Qingguang and King Chujiang, as well as King Songdi, who had inherited the Wood Witch King's legacy, to suppress the chaos lasted for a month or two. The continuous chaos caused many experts of the Netherworld tribe who had gone to take over the forest wilderness to suffer casualties. Of course, the majority of them were the experts of the rebellious tribes. After seeing the death of the Wood Witch King, a portion of the tribes wanted to dominate the area once again. How could the Netherworld tribe be willing to accept such an existence? Death was unavoidable after a series of battles. However, regardless of whether it was King Qingguang, King Chujiang, or King Songdi, they were all the strongest existences under the true God realm. Especially King Qingguang. King Songdi had the deterrence of a true god. Within 3 months, apart from a small portion of tribes that were still stubbornly resisting, the majority of the forest wilderness's territory had fallen into the hands of the Netherworld tribe. The entire underworld had also extended into the forest wilderness. The majority of the underworld's current momentum was because of the opening of the forest wilderness. This was all thanks to the underworld's amplification mode. When the underworld was created, the first state to be strengthened was the cloud state. The underworld was also the cloud state's underworld. Now, the value of the spiritual houses and temples in the Cloud Prefecture's underworld had skyrocketed. On the Netherworld ranking, for the same level of spiritual residences and temples, the spiritual residences and temples of the Cloud region were worth double or even triple the points of the other regions. Everyone was well aware of the reason behind this. Every time the earth veins in the Cloud Prefecture were strengthened, the spiritual houses and temples here would have a chance to upgrade. Especially the spiritual residences and temples near the Yin Mountain range. They were the easiest to upgrade. Many low-grade temples have been upgraded to middle-grade temples, and middle-grade temples have been upgraded to high-grade temples. There were even some lucky high-grade underworld gods whose temples have been upgraded to king grade. Of course, the Nether King's temple changed the most. Most of the level 15 powerhouses already knew that after devouring most of the forest wilderness, the king grade spirit vein under the cloud ridge of the cloud region had reached its peak and was about to be upgraded to the saint grade spirit vein. Thanks to this, the Nether King's temple was about to be upgraded. There were still king grade temples and saint grade temples. Saint grade temples could only be nurtured by saint grade spirit veins. Their profoundness was clearly a level higher than that of king grade temples. This kind of upgrade was a chain. Without a doubt, after the Nether King's temple was upgraded, the 2 king grade temples nurtured by the Yin Mountain range would also be upgraded to the king grade. Now, one of the king grade temples already had an owner, and it belonged to the first hall master, King Qingguang. However, the other temple was the target of many quasi-deities. Now, many high-grade underworld gods were using their connections and making frequent moves. In the Nether King's temple, Qin Feng was frowning. He realized that refining the Nether King's deity position to the 3rd grade wasn't a simple matter. Originally, after the wilderness was unified, this deity position had almost been upgraded to the 3rd grade. But now that the majority of the forest wilderness had fallen into their hands, this deity position was still like a bottomless pit, swallowing and spitting out the underworld's chi energy. It had almost been upgraded to the 3rd grade. This made Qin Feng feel very helpless. He raised his head and his gaze fell on the temple. Compared to the Nether King's deity position, the treasures nurtured in the Nether King's temple were almost mature. Especially the soul-suppressing bell outside the temple, which was only a hair away from maturity. The entire soul-suppressing bell had completely turned from void to reality. The bell's body was simple and unadorned, and the scene of countless ghosts and deities crawling around it gave it a kind of abnormally powerful majesty. Apart from being able to suppress underworld gods, This soul-suppressing bell also had the ability to summon underworld gods and ghost deities. That His Highness King Qinhuang would come over every few days to look at her treasures, causing Qin Feng to be very depressed during this period of time. Fortunately, Qin Feng was happy that other than the soul-suppressing bell, the Great Earth Reincarnation Pool was also full of innate indestructible spirit light and was about to be upgraded to the Six Paths Reincarnation Pool. In the center of the pool, 6 huge black whirlpools had already formed. Now, they could already penetrate through the 2 desolate domains and automatically absorb the souls of those who died naturally, tragically, or in battle. As for reincarnation, it was still impossible. It would probably only be possible after the Six Paths Reincarnation Pool upgraded to the Netherworld Reincarnation Pool. Qin Feng realized that as the Great Earth Reincarnation Pool could receive all the souls of the underworld, the entire underworld's fate was flourishing even more. In the Reincarnation Pool, the connate calabash vine had almost turned purplish gold. The first purplish-black calabash was starting to mature. The other 2 calabashes were also starting to develop. However, as the calabash vine was nourished, it was already growing towards the source of spiritual roots. All in all, the growth was gratifying. Qin Feng was looking forward to the growth of this calabash vine. Moreover, Qin Feng realized that as the underworld's fate and source of spiritual roots increased, the calabash vine was starting to grow a 4th flower bud. The first flower bud was black, and it formed a purplish-gold black calabash. The second flower bud was white, and it formed a white calabash. The third calabash was pale gold, and it formed a small pale gold calabash. The fourth was red, and it looked like fire. Among the purplish-gold vines, it looked like a fiery cloud. It was abnormally eye-catching. However, it was still a flower bud, and it was still far from forming a calabash. It required a large amount of the underworld's fate to nurture it. In the 3 months, apart from comprehending the netherworld's laws, Qin Feng spent most of his time familiarizing himself with the power of a king and polishing his godhead. He had already gained quite a bit, and he had made some progress on the 10th water-type heavenly law. Until this day, when he received an unexpected piece of news, he walked out of the Netherworld King Temple. The peak capital's envoy requested an audience. Chapter 1185. The capital of the mountains was the central city of the Desolate Mountain, located at the edge of the Desolate Forest. The Desolate Forest was close to the desert, and most of the area was filled with primeval forests. The large primeval forest was like a long green river that stretched for tens of millions of miles. The river was torrential, and the trees were flourishing. Apart from the demon race, most of the creatures in the Desolate Forest were of the wood element. The long and narrow area nurtured many experts of different races. On the 2 sides of this long and narrow primeval forest, one side was the Desolate Mountain, and the other side was next to a large lake. The lake was filled with water and stretched endlessly. It was not suitable for ordinary races to live in. Of course, it was also because of the water in the lake that countless plants in the Desolate Forest could be nurtured. However, compared to the Desolate Forest in the Desolate Mountain, there was the existence of country. The mountain country in the middle. Capital city, Mountain City. It was rumored that the country of Kuan-Tu was a branch of the mountain country's royal family that left the desert. Compared to the desert and Desolate Forest, the Desolate Mountain was undoubtedly much more fertile. There were more mountains and rivers there, as well as countless spirit herbs and mineral veins. It was already close to a civilized country. After conquering the Desolate Forest, Qin Feng's next target was the Desolate Mountain and the lake on the other side of the Desolate Forest. If he wanted to plunder Providence, he could not let go of the Desolate Mountain. The meeting hall of the 9 Nether tribe was built on a cliff halfway up the Cloud Ridge Mountain. On both sides, spirit roots and spirit herbs competed with each other. Clouds and mist lingered around. Many pavilions were built around it. They looked exceptionally ethereal. These pavilions were not built by others, but by experts from the divine nation. Although these experts were weak, compared to the aesthetics of the earth giants and demons, the buildings built by these people were undoubtedly more to Qin Feng's taste. Your Excellency, I'm afraid the mountain country is in big trouble this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to our 9 nether tribe to seek help. The one who spoke was Shirhan. Beside her was Shir Tong. The 2 sisters were released by Qin Feng from the Divine Nation 2 months ago to help him deal with trivial matters. In 2 months, they were gradually improving. However, their cultivations were a little low. The elder sister, Shirhan, was still fine. She had already advanced to the 10th stage of the light element. The younger sister, Shir Tong, was only an 8th stage sage. But with the resources of the 9th Hell tribe, the 2 girls' improvement speed was clearly much faster. As the personal handmaidens of the Underworld King, the 2 of them were also granted access to 2 high-grade underworld god temples. On the small path, the maids who couldn't get close to the 2 sisters would look at them with envy. To be able to serve the Nether King and become his personal maid, this was the dream of many earth giants and monster race girls. However, the Nether King wasn't interested in women. After such a long time, many people were extremely disappointed. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Feng actually had such a pair of beautiful maids by his side. When the patrolling guards saw the black-robed Celestial Emperor walking over, they all had extremely respectful expressions on their faces. Big sister, is that Shanjun really that scary? Shirtong could not believe his eyes. In her eyes, the mountainous capital had an extremely deep heritage. It ruled over the entire wilderness, and it even had a mountainous king who was equivalent to a king. Although the mountain capital is powerful, the mountain lord has a mysterious background. I'm afraid he's not easy to deal with. Shirhan shook her head, and her eyes flickered with graveness. Ever since she found out that the Nether King's target had shifted to the wilderness, Shirhan had been in charge of gathering information about the wilderness. However, no one was able to tell her about the Mountain Lord's background and strength. Everything about the Mountain Lord was unknown. The 9 Underworld King has arrived. Accompanied by a shout, Qin Feng stepped into the main hall. In the main hall, several quasi-deities who were already prepared stood up from their seats and bowed to pay their respects. Qin Feng walked straight to the throne in the main hall. After sitting down, he gestured with his hand. The group of quasi-deities immediately sat down. At this time, there were already more than 15 quasi-deities in the 9 Underworld tribe. The majority of them had followed King Qingguang, King Chujiang, and King Songdi to suppress the rebellion in the wilderness. There were still 2 quasi-deities overseeing 9 Underworld City. Thunder King Li Wei. Unexpectedly, the emissary of the mountain capital was actually a beautiful girl with bright eyes and white teeth. She was wearing a light yellow feathered robe and looked exceptionally elegant. Beside her, there were 2 quasi-deities who looked rather steady. One was a man and the other was a woman. The woman was a beautiful woman wearing a green palace robe. The man had a curly beard and looked rather steady and dignified. Mountain capital, Princess Shunyu Xiaolan, Elder Xiaoyun, and Zhongli Yu pay their respects to the 9 Underworld King. The 3 of them simultaneously paid their respects. Princess Shunyu Xiaolan secretly sized up the excessively young 9 Underworld King sitting on the throne. Before coming to the Cloud region, Princess Shunyu Xiaolan had already guessed who this exceptional expert who had swept through the wasteland and the wilderness was. However, the 9 Underworld King sitting on the throne was much younger than Princess Shunyu Xiaolan had imagined. Everyone rise. A dignified and ethereal voice came from above their heads. The 3 of them raised their heads. Princess Shunyu waved her hand, and a beautiful girl carrying a small and exquisite golden tray appeared behind her. Many people looked at the golden tray. On the golden tray, there was a light gray picture scroll. This picture scroll didn't seem to have any abnormalities. At first glance, it didn't seem to have anything valuable. Everyone was puzzled. I've heard that the 9 Underworld King is very fond of sentient items. The King of Shun Yu has specially prepared a small gift for the king. Oh, The king of Shunyu is being so polite. On the throne, Qin Feng smiled and gave a look to the side. Immediately, Shurtong walked forward and took the small and exquisite golden tray. Princess Shun Yu looked at the girl in black in front of her with surprise. This woman was truly devastatingly beautiful, especially the trace of coldness between her brows. It was like the deepest mystery in the depths of darkness, capable of captivating one's soul. Such a beautiful girl was really rare. Even Princess Shunyu, who was known as the Pearl of Shunyu, paled in comparison. A trace of jealousy flashed in her heart. Princess Shunyu lowered her head, concealing the jealousy in her heart very well. However, no one else saw it. Qin Feng, the ancestor of the inner demons, clearly saw the change in Princess Shunyu's expression. He looked at the golden tray that Shurtong passed him. When his divine consciousness touched the picture scroll, Qin Feng was stunned. The aura of an Xiantian realm expert. This seemed to be a Xiantian item. However, when he sensed it carefully, Qin Feng sighed in his heart. This was a Xiantian spiritual treasure that had not been fully nurtured. It was a defective item. Obviously, this treasure had been forcefully taken out before it was fully nurtured. Its potential had been spoiled. The difference in value between a complete Xiantian spiritual treasure and a defective Xiantian spiritual treasure was too big. Qin Feng no longer had any expectations. Chapter 1186. Wind Flame Diagram. Qin Feng took the grayish scroll and scanned it. Unexpectedly, his spirits were roused when he saw the grayish scroll. Of course, the reason why this was incomplete was because of the Xiantian spiritual treasure. The Wind Flame Diagram was a Xiantian spiritual treasure born from the intertwining of Xiantian wind and fire. It could combine the power of Xiantian wind and fire to destroy the body of a true god. If it was complete, Qin Feng might have been tempted, but the incomplete version was too weak. Although it could still use the power of Xiantian wind and fire, it could only deal with normal level 15 lesser celestial beings. What shocked him was the 1,000+ strands of Xiantian essence Qi within the Wind Flame Diagram. Xiantian essence Qi was exactly what he needed in order for the God Kingdom to evolve into a chaos grade over God dimension. It would require 3,000 strands of Xiantian essence Qi. Qin Feng was no longer the hothead who had just entered the primordial lands. As the king of 2 wildernesses, and with the contribution point system of the Netherworld ranking, it was as if he had mobilized the experts of 2 wildernesses to search for Xiantian essence Qi. But even so, he had only found 1,500+ strands of Xiantian essence Qi. He was still far from 3,000 types of innate essence Qi. But within the Wind Flame Diagram, there were at least 1,300 strands of Xiantian essence Qi. Although at least 500 of them overlapped with the Xiantian essence Qi in the God Kingdom, the remaining 800 were enough to save Qin Feng a lot of time. On the throne, the black-robed Emperor Lord raised his eyebrows in surprise. Princess Shunyu, Xiaoholan, smiled faintly and said, "The king of Divine Yu of the Mountain Country had always heard that the king was fond of such Xiantian items. Hence, he sent people to search for them. Together with the treasuries of the Mountain Country, we found 1,300+ strands of Xiantian essence Qi. Today, I am here to present a small gift. I hope the king will accept it." A small gift? Qin Feng's spirit sense withdrew from the innate wind-fire 1 Qi diagram. There was a hint of a smile on his face. 1,300+ strands of Xiantian essence Qi was not an easy task for any big faction. Even if it was the current 9th Hell Tribe, it still had to go to great lengths and expend a great deal of manpower and resources. Although Xiantian origin Qi wasn't rare in the primeval era, it was absolutely not common. This could be said to be an extremely valuable gift. It was so heavy that it was scalding. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng nodded at Shurtong. Shurtong nodded and stood at the edge of the tray. The gift was accepted. The group of cultivators from the mountain capital heaved a sigh of relief. Things were much easier now that they had received the gift. If he didn't accept the gift, then the following matter would be difficult to handle. Thank the king of Godly Mountain for me, the black-robed imperial emperor said with a smile. The three of them exchanged a glance. A moment later, the country protector elder of the mountain country took a few steps forward and suddenly knelt on one knee. Your Highness Ninth Underworld King, please lend a hand to my mountain kingdom. Princess Shunyue, Xiaolan, and the other guard, Xiaoyun, stepped forward and knelt down on one knee at the same time. The three of you, what are you doing? Where did this come from? On the throne, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. In fact, he was chuckling in his heart. It seemed like the mountain country could no longer withstand the attack of the Mountain King. Princess Shunyue, Xiaolan, raised her head and said, Your Highness, to be honest, we have come from afar with a very important mission. Your Highness, our mountain country is currently surrounded by the rebel army. Every second, there is blood and sacrifice. The rebel army is strong, and there is a traitor like the Mountain King holding the fort. The mountain capital is on the verge of collapse. Your Highness, please send your troops and lend us a hand. The mountain country will be eternally grateful. Princess Shunyue, Xiaolan, raised her head, her eyes filled with hope. If your Highness can send your troops and defeat the Mountain King, Xiahou Wang, our mountain country will definitely repay you handsomely. The moment she said that, the black-robed imperial emperor was not the only one who was shocked. Many level 15 Empyrean realm cultivators in the hall frowned. Going against the Mountain King, Xiahou Wang? What kind of joke was this? Although the Mountain King, Xiahou Wang, had only risen for a short period of time, the news that came from the mountains proved that he was a greater celestial king. If the Cloud region sent their troops, they would definitely offend the Mountain King. Being targeted by a greater celestial king was not a good thing for the new Nine Abyss tribe. It would be fine if they killed him, but if they let him escape, when he came back for revenge, many upper echelons of the tribe shook their heads. This was not a good deal. On the throne, the black-robed imperial emperor fell into deep thought. He had already guessed the intentions of the people from the mountain capital. They wanted him to go against the Mountain King with just 1,300 strands of Xiantian Yuanqi. There was no way he would let them off so easily. Although it was necessary to conquer the mountains, the Nine Abyss tribe could wait until both the Mountain King and the King of Shunyue were injured before they made their move. Your Highness, are you really going to watch the mountain capital fall? Princess Shunyue, Xiaolan, was anxious when she saw the Nine Abyss King fall into deep thought. Your Highness, you must not. The Mountain King, Xiahou Wang, is an ambitious man. Once he conquers the mountain capital and unifies the mountains, he will not be kind to the forest region, which is just a river away. He will definitely send his troops to invade. When that happens, the forest region will definitely send their troops. Send troops to invade? Your Highness, you think too little of the Nine Abyss tribe. It's just a mountain king. Our Nine Abyss tribe does not lack king realm elites. A tall, towering elder walked out with an arrogant look on his face. Not to mention that your Highness has killed a true god. The three temple masters of the Nine Abyss tribe are all elites comparable to kings. If anyone dares to invade, the forest region will be their graveyard. Tongan, this rank 14 elite from the Bronze Beard tribe had always had a fiery temper. He would explode at the slightest provocation. I know a little about the Mountain King. Li Wei suddenly spoke. As soon as she spoke, she immediately attracted the attention of most of the elders in the hall. It was not only because Elder Li was the most beautiful woman in the Nine Abyss tribe, but also because of her current status. High-grade underworld god. There were not many high-grade underworld gods in the Nine Abyss tribe. Most of them held high positions. The Mountain King, Xiahou Wang, is rumored to be an outstanding genius of the Xiahou family in the mountain capital 1,000 years ago. He was also the most popular successor of the mountain capital. Whether it's his aptitude, cultivation, or fate, he's a peerless genius that's hard to come by in the Xiahou clan in 100,000 years. Back then, countless young girls were head over heels for him. Even the major forces in the upper world sent people to recruit him. As long as he was willing, he could reach the top in one step and get opportunities that others could only dream of. Li Wei's eyes were slightly dazed. She seemed to have thought of something, and a charming blush flashed across her cheeks. However, the King of Thunder's face stiffened when he saw the smile on Li Wei's face. Chapter 1187. The Upper Realm was once the dream of all the kings of the immemorial lands. It was the place where all the experts of the immemorial lands dreamed of transcending. Only there would cultivators have a chance to attain Tao and become gods. However, as the immemorial lands evolved and perfected, the deity position appeared. The layer of divine light that enveloped the upper realm would soon lose its splendor. It might not disappear, but at least it would no longer be as attractive as before. Moreover, as the laws of the immemorial lands were perfected, no one would be allowed to meddle in the affairs of the immemorial lands. This was like drawing blood and extracting marrow. The heavenly geniuses nurtured by the immemorial lands were taken away. This was a huge blow to the immemorial lands. It was as if the nutrients in the body of a growing fruit tree had been sucked away by someone halfway through its growth. On the throne, Qin Feng saw the expression on King Thunder's face and laughed inwardly. He coughed dryly and interrupted Li Wei's recollection. Since that Mountain Lord Xiahou Wang's talent is so outstanding, why wasn't he taken away by the upper realm? This is also what most people don't understand. 1,000 years ago, Xiahou Wang disappeared overnight. Many people tried to find him, but they couldn't find him. It was only until recently that he suddenly appeared. Li Wei's expression dimmed. 1,000 years ago, she was still a young girl. Ever since she saw the high-spirited Mountain Lord for the first time, her heart was completely occupied by that Mountain Lord. After that, she had always been secretly paying attention to that Mountain Lord, looking forward to their second meeting. However, who would have thought that after this meeting, it would actually be 1,000 years later? The beautiful feelings of a young girl had long been obliterated by this 1,000 years of waiting. No one could understand this kind of pain. Bit by bit, it was the feeling of shattering into pieces. She regained her calm expression. However, according to my understanding, the current king of Divine Mountain, Xiahou Tsong, is the elder brother of Mountain Lord Xiahou Wang. She coldly glanced at Princess Shanyu Xiaolan. There are rumors that Xiahou Tsong was jealous of his younger brother Xiahou Wang's talent and was worried that his position as the eldest son would be threatened. Therefore, he plotted against him. Nonsense. My father is definitely not that kind of person. Princess Shanyu Xiaolan flew into a rage. Her dainty face was filled with anger as she glared fiercely at Li Wei. The expressions of the other two quasi-deities, Xiahou Yun and Zhongli Yu, were also somewhat unsightly. Although there were some messy rumors in the mountain country, no one dared to mention it. If this was not the Nine-Nether sacred city of the Cloud State, the group of people would have already attacked. Li Wei glanced at the group of people indifferently. After a while, she stood up from her seat and took a few steps forward. She cupped her hands slightly towards the black-robed emperor on the throne. Your Majesty, this subordinate thinks that this is a family matter of the mountain country. My Nine-Nether tribe shouldn't interfere. Seeing that Li Wei had spoken, the King of Thunder was the first to stand up and agree. Your Majesty, I agree with Li Wei's opinion. After all, this is a family matter of the mountain country. Our Nine Underworlds tribe is an outsider. If we interfere, I'm afraid that it will cause criticism and even alarm the wastelands. Yeah, this is a family matter of the Mountain Kingdom. How can our Ninth Hell tribe rashly interfere? That's right. Many elders nodded in agreement. All of them sneered coldly. The higher-ups of the Ninth Hell tribe weren't fools. He wouldn't act until he saw the hair. On the throne, Qin Feng looked at Princess Shanyu and the rest with a troubled expression. Everyone, do you see that? After all, this is your family matter. How can our Nine-Nether tribe interfere? How about this? Take these gifts back and say that I'm grateful to the King of Divine You. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a faint light. How could a mere 1,300 streams of Xiantian Yuan Qi satisfy Qin Feng's appetite? He wanted the Xiantian vitality force. He also wanted the entire mountain wilderness. In name? Princess Shunyu. Xiaolan's expression changed slightly. She was silent. Xiao Yun and Zhongli Yu both looked at her. The higher-ups of the mountain country were already prepared for what the Nine Nether tribe would say. As for righteousness, they were already prepared for it. Your Majesty, if you need a reason, I wonder if it's enough for me to marry you. Xiaolan raised her eyes and looked at the black-robed emperor on the throne. A trace of shyness flashed past, but after a while, it turned into determination. I'm the princess of the mountain country. As the emperor's son-in-law, supporting the mountain country shouldn't be considered overstepping my authority. Xiaolan was very bold. She stared at the black-robed young man on the throne. She was different from ordinary women. She was not like ordinary women who would be shy and avoid such things. She looked unusually shrewish and straightforward. Actually, Xiaolan was not against marrying the king of Nine Nether. Needless to say, the king of Nine Nether was handsome and heroic. More importantly, he had an incomparably domineering aura. Furthermore, there was a mysterious aura that he contained that was very attractive to women. Moreover, his status was compatible with her, Princess Xinyu. They were of equal status, especially when he did not have a queen. Xiaolan's eyes were as clear as water. Marry? Many higher-ups of the Nine Nether tribe were surprised. A marriage between the Nine Nether tribe and the mountain country was not a bad idea. That would give them a righteous reason. Many elders were secretly thinking. When the time came, they could use this reason to take over the entire mountain wilderness. It would be perfectly justifiable. On the throne, Qin Feng's expression froze slightly. He was in a difficult position. To be honest, Xiaolan was quite good-looking. She was as beautiful as a flower and had a high status. She was a princess of a country. Marrying into the Nine Nether tribe was not a bad thing for Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng was not willing to. First of all, in terms of appearance, he had seen many beauties who were more beautiful than Xiaolan. Not to mention others, the Kunlun Queen, Shi Han, Shi Tong, and Yuanyu were all far more beautiful than this woman. Then, Li Wei, Yao Han, Wu Ling, and He Chanqian were not inferior to Princess Xinyu, Xiaolan. Also, the women he had interacted with on the Spirit Sea continent were all beautiful. Bai Yin, and the Queen of Silver Moon were both rare beauties. Women pick men, they pick and choose, they compare them in all aspects. Little did they know that men would do the same, unless they were deeply in love. Xiaolan boasted that she was a peerless beauty with unparalleled talent. However, in Qin Feng's eyes, she was just a normal woman. It would be fine if they did not have feelings for each other. However, they had no feelings for each other. With Qin Feng's personality, how could he be willing to marry this woman? Since he did not have feelings for her, Qin Feng was thinking about how to reject this woman. He could not reject her directly. That would be a great humiliation. While Qin Feng was still thinking, someone beside him could not hold it in anymore. He was already burning with anger. Seeing Xiaolan's watery eyes and affectionate look, that person became angrier and angrier. After a while, he could not help but jump out and shout angrily, "Princess Shunyu, don't even think about marrying him. If you want to marry him, find someone else. The king will never marry you." Chapter 1188. As soon as this voice appeared, everyone immediately looked over. It was a woman, and a very beautiful one at that. She was tall, graceful, and beautiful. What was even rarer was that there was an extremely wild charm in her sex appeal that stirred one's heart. Queen of the Earth, Yuan, everyone understood. This queen had never concealed her love for the 9th Underworld King. Although this woman was only a level 14 powerhouse, her status was extraordinary. She was practically the chief steward of the 9th Underworld tribe. Moreover, she was very trusted by the 9th Underworld King. Seeing Yuan walk out, Qin Feng was secretly delighted. To be honest, he really didn't like this kind of political marriage. He would reject it if he could. It would be best if Yuan Yin could ruin this matter. Who are you? What right do you have to stop this queen from marrying the ninth underworld tribe? Like a tigress, Xiaolan didn't look like a kind person. His gaze was unfriendly as he looked at the tall and extremely sexy beauty who was walking over. Who am I? You can ask the elders of the ninth underworld tribe around here. Yuan Yin crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked down at Xiaolan with a cold smile. Xiaolan was slightly taken aback. She glanced at Yuan Yin's voluptuous breasts before glancing at her own chest. She was slightly dazed. Big cow. Xiaolan felt indignant. She was also considered a great beauty in the mountain country, but she couldn't deny that this beauty from the Earth Giant clan who suddenly appeared was not inferior to her in terms of looks. Especially her figure. It was extremely exaggerated. Cough, cough. Yi Ding, who was sitting on the secondary throne, sat up and introduced. Princess Xiaoho, this is the chief steward of our ninth underworld tribe, the chief steward of our king's internal affairs. Yi Ding smiled, but there was no lack of jealousy in his heart. Back then, he could be said to have chased this queen of the earth for a long time, but this queen didn't even look at him. He realized that in the primordial land, his luck with women was completely useless. So you're just a mere steward. What right do you have to reject the marriage between the two major forces? Xiaolan sneered. Two major forces? You think too highly of yourself. Your mountain kingdom is already an arrow at the end of its flight and is about to be annihilated. What qualifications does a mere princess of a fallen kingdom have to marry the king of my ninth hell tribe? Not to mention, with the strength of my ninth hell tribe, we can take advantage of the fact that both sides are heavily injured to easily take the desolate mountain into our hands. Why would we need to form a marriage alliance with you? Yuan Yin was also a sharp-tongued person. She immediately retorted. Then, she sneered and looked at Princess Xiaolan disdainfully. You can ask the elders in the main hall if they are willing to give up the fat meat that is already in their mouths. Princess Xiaolan, and the others. When he looked over, he saw that many elders in the hall had cold expressions on their faces. Some of them even had cold smiles on their faces. Yuan Yun's Xiao, 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 the Xiao underworld tribe. The entire desolate mountain probably wouldn't be able to escape from the hands of the nine nether tribe. You still want to form an alliance through marriage? Why don't you think about it this way? After the desolate mountains fall into the hands of my ninth underworld tribe, how will our king let your mountain imperial clan off? After Yuan Yun finished speaking, she cupped her hands towards the black-robed emperor. He then retreated to the side. On the throne, Qin Feng glanced at Yuan Yun, and a smile flashed his eyes. He smiled faintly. Yuan Yun, you can't be so impudent and neglect our esteemed guest. Yes, your majesty, please forgive me, your majesty. The unusually fierce Queen Mother Earth had always been unusually docile in front of the ninth underworld king. When they saw this scene, many elders in the hall smiled lightly. Princess Shunyu, just as Elder Yuan said, although her attitude is not good, what she said is true. If your mountain royal family is willing to submit to my nine underworld tribe might be able to protect your entire family. After a slight pause, a cold voice came from the throne. If you're unwilling, then forgive us, the nine nether tribe, for being unable to help you. Princess Shunyue, Xiaolan, felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She was a little dazed. Your Highness, the beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, looked at Princess Shunyue worriedly. On the throne, the black-robed emperor looked up, and his gaze fell on Yi Ding. Deputy clan leader Yi, bring our esteemed guest to rest. Princess Xiao, you can consider it carefully. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng disappeared from the throne. Yi Ding looked a little helpless. He cursed in his heart. You don't want a woman, so you throw her to me. Feeling dissatisfied, Yi Ding pulled himself together, stood up from the secondary throne, and walked over. To be honest, when it came to comforting women, Yi Ding was indeed an expert in flirting. With just a few simple words, Xiaolan immediately recovered and looked at Yi Ding in a new light. A group of people left the hall. In the hall, Qin Feng appeared from the throne again. Li Wei and King of Thunder, who had not left, looked at each other and stopped talking. Qin Feng looked at Princess Shenyue and the rest who were leaving and waved his hand to stop the two of them. I know what you want to say. The mountain wilderness is different from the forest wilderness and the desert wilderness. The mountain wilderness is the orthodox mountain wilderness. If you want to conquer the mountain wilderness in a short period of time, you must form a marriage alliance with the mountain wilderness. Am I right? Your Highness is wise. Li Wei and King of Thunder bowed. Marriage alliances were necessary for large forces to interact with each other or to conquer each other. The human heart was a strange thing. The human heart formed a large force, and the general trend was irresistible. Some improper actions could be taken for granted. This was the general trend. Smart people could make use of the general trend and go with the flow. On the other hand, if they were not smart enough, they would be affected by the general trend. Even if they were not annoyed, they would still suffer losses. As a leader, there were times when he had to make sacrifices. Unless his strength was beyond the constraints of the general trend. This was the system. If you received benefits, you had to pay a price. However, even if he had to make a sacrifice, he did not have to be the 9 underworld's king. Qin Feng's face flashed with a faint smile. Elders, don't you think that our deputy clan leader Yi and Princess Shenyue are a good match? The two of them looked at each other and felt a little strange. This king of 9 serenities seemed to be trying to shift the blame. As a leader, other than guessing the thoughts of a leader, he had to be observant and think carefully before he acted. For now, in the hearts of the two elders, disobeying the will of the king of 9 serenities was obviously not beneficial. Just like what the king of 9 serenities had said, deputy clan leader Yi also held a high position in the tribe. He would not be wronging Princess Shenyue. Your Highness, you are right. They are indeed a good match. The two elders hurriedly chimed in. Since the two elders also think so, then I am relieved. I will have to trouble the two elders to arrange the marriage between deputy clan leader Yi and Princess Shenyue. Qin Feng glanced at the two elders and saw them nodding their heads. Qin Feng sighed softly. Such a great beauty. Deputy Patriarch Yi is really lucky. Deputy Patriarch Yi is really lucky. The two elders' mouths twitched slightly. Chapter 1189. What? You want me to marry Princess Xinyu? No, this is impossible. Inside a palace, Yi Ding was shaking his head like a rattle drum in front of Li Wei and the King of Thunder. What a joke. He was a true disciple of the Xingqian school. How could he marry such an old princess? Vice Patriarch, why not? Marrying Princess Xinyu is not wrong for you. Regardless of appearance or background, Princess Xinyu is a good match for you. King of Thunder glanced at Yi Ding. Moreover, in terms of strength, she is a mid-level 15 celestial expert, only a step away from becoming a quasi-deity. In this king's opinion, Vice Patriarch is only a mid-level 13 expert, half a step away from becoming a mid-level 14 expert. The two of them snickered. In the primordial lands, strength was the best indicator of status. A mere mid-level 13 expert. Such experts were everywhere in the 9 Netherworld tribe. After several expansions, the number of experts in the 9 Netherworld tribe had neared 1 million after Lin Huang merged with the tribe. Among them, there were 15 quasi-deities in the desert alone. After Lin Huang submitted, there were at least 10 quasi-deities who merged with the tribe and became high-grade Netherworld gods. There were even more mid-level 15 celestial experts, not to mention the lesser celestial experts. Although they were not everywhere, there were still more than 3 digits. As for the experts of the 14th level, there was no need to count them. Even a level 13 expert like Yi Ding, the vice chief, could only be considered to be in the lower middle class in the tribe. To put it bluntly, if he was not the senior brother of the 9 Netherworld king, none of the elders would be willing to associate with him. No, no, I don't have any feelings for Princess Shinyu. Yi Ding was still unwilling. Logically speaking, if such a great beauty was sent to his doorstep, Yi Ding might have been more than willing to accept her. However, this playboy couldn't get used to the feeling of being forcefully shoved into his hands. Vice Patriarch, this is where you are wrong. How can this be called feelings? You are contributing to the tribe. Li Wei looked at Yi Ding and advised, look, with your cultivation, do you really think you're qualified to become a high-rank underworld god? Isn't it the king who's suppressing everyone's dissatisfaction? There's so many sky realm experts, and many of them risked their lives for the tribe during the battle in the forest. What everyone wants is a status, a place to stay. But what about you? Although you're in charge of the tribe, can your cultivation base and contributions compare to those elders who risked their lives? Thunder King nodded. Vice Patriarch Yi, a high-grade temple is indeed extraordinary. Although His Majesty cherishes your friendship as fellow disciples, it's inevitable that some people will gossip. A helpless expression appeared on Yi Ding's face. Li Wei and Thunder King were talking about the tribe's current situation. The Ninth Hell tribe had always revered the strong. The strong were respected. This fellow who had become a high-grade nether god through the back door was an eyesore to many experts. Qin Feng, the Ninth Hell King, was extremely powerful. Others would not say anything bad about him. They would only say that he was loyal and righteous. However, many people were not polite to Yi Ding. Many people secretly looked down on him, saying that he only knew how to play tricks and talk big. Looking at the silent Yi Ding, Li Wei spoke again. Vice Patriarch, don't you think this is a good opportunity to show yourself? You are a fellow disciple of His Majesty, and your relationship is extraordinary. In the tribe, only you can represent His Majesty. Moreover, Princess Shunyu's mother's tribe is extraordinary. If you join the Ninth Hell tribe, you will definitely become a new faction in the tribe. For your current situation, it will only be beneficial. The last sentence really moved Yi Ding. With the expansion of the Ninth Hell tribe, the benefits in the underworld would be greater. Not to mention forming a faction, Yi Ding needed his own force to support his current position. He needed to fight for more benefits and more resources for himself. At the very least, he would have more say in every court meeting. Shinyu was a good choice. Yi Ding had many wives and concubines. It didn't matter if he married one more or one less. The only thing that made him a little unhappy was that this woman was forced to him by Qin Feng. It meant that he, Yi Ding, had to take the blame for Qin Feng. Suppressing the grease in his heart, Yi Ding forced a smile. All right, if that's the case, I will leave Yi Ding to the two elders. Hearing that, the King of Thunder and Li Wei heaved a sigh of relief. This time, they had finally completed the task that the Ninth Hell King had given them. Some of the trivial matters outside were handed over to the two elders. Qin Feng wholeheartedly placed his mind and spirit on cultivation. 9 primordial waters. 9 Hell, Tai Yin Xing by Luo, Yu Luo, Jiuyang, Wanling, Yuan. From the Khanate Star primordial water, he had comprehended the heavenly law. Immortal Star. From by Luo primordial water, he had comprehended the heavenly law, forgetting 3 lives. Also, from the Khanate 10,000 spirits primordial water, he had comprehended the 10,000 spirits enlightenment. And from the Yuan primordial water, he had comprehended the Yuan bombardment. These 9 Khanate primordial waters were almost the foundation of Qin Feng's water-type origin. Back then, Qin Feng had comprehended the Chaos Holy Dragon portrait in the Dragon Transformation Pagoda. He had comprehended the 9-colored ancestral dragon aura and the 9-colored dragon talisman. Now, his foundation had all turned into the water-type origin half-god lattice. However, because of the Netherworld's laws, he was still biased towards the use of the power of water. He was more biased towards the use of yin, cold, and spiritual creation. The 10th heavenly law that Qin Feng had chosen was also biased towards the yin and cold direction. Kane Tai Yin primordial water. The Kanate Tai in primordial water was light and spiritual. It could nourish and purify all things. However, it also had an extreme in and cold side. Once the cold power was used, it could easily freeze thousands of miles. Qin Feng had obtained this Kanate primordial water, which had an extreme in and cold side of it. Water-type heavenly laws with in and cold side were not rare. The more common ones were freezing 30,000 miles, snowy 3 realms, and freezing heaven and earth. Among them, the freezing 30,000 miles heavenly law was the most common. Most cultivators who cultivated water-type or ice-type would choose this heavenly law as their cultivation direction. It was not only because it was the most widespread, but also because its cultivation method was relatively simple. There were even some cultivators of other elements who would occasionally cultivate this heavenly law. The reason was that this heavenly law could effectively restrain many experts who had undying divine powers. Qin Feng had a deep impression of the purple-robed man who had chased after him relentlessly. The power of the ice was continuous, and his indestructible body could not move an inch. Every time it was shattered, he had to spend 10 times or 100 times more energy to reassemble it. He had no way to retaliate. If not for the fact that the purple-robed man was not a water-type or ice-type expert, he would not have had a chance to retaliate. The ice-type heavenly law that Qin Feng had chosen to cultivate was this freezing 30,000 miles. Once he succeeded in cultivating it, with his water-type origin power, using this freezing 30,000 miles would definitely increase his strength greatly. Chapter 1190. 9 Nether, Grand Een, Star Sky, Cosmic Light, Azura, 9 Suns, 10,000 Spirits, Siniyuan. There were quite a number of Kanate true waters that were close to the Netherworld. The 9 Nether Black Water and Azura Blood River True Water were also close to the Netherworld. The main reason why he chose the Grand Een True Water was that Qin Feng had cultivated one of the Grand Een Mystiques, Grand Een Samsara. With this mystique as the foundation, he could achieve twice the results with half the effort when comprehending and sublimating it. Over the past 2 months, Qin Feng had been comprehending it continuously. This mystique had actually reached the point of transformation. The Grand Een Samsara in his body would brighten every time Qin Feng comprehended a portion of the Netherworld's laws that were close to the profound mysteries of extreme Een and extreme coldness. It would transform from a faint, illusory talisman that was like a bright moon. From the inside to the outside, it emitted a dense, bright divine light. It was like a bright moon, sitting cross-legged in the center of the Netherworld King's temple. Qin Feng's spiritual will entered the Netherworld. He comprehended the changes in the Netherworld and the Netherworld. His body gradually became like a bright moon, and a faint cold air was emitted from his body. It was like a cold moon. Sizzle. The Grand Een Mystique talisman seed in his body became brighter and brighter. The cold air became denser, and layers of black frost gradually appeared on the ground. With the black-robed emperor sitting cross-legged in front of the 6 paths of reincarnation pool as the center, it spread to the surroundings. On the ground, the black frost chi was like a ball of water that gradually spread to the pillars in the temple. It gradually spread out of the temple and even to the Een Mountain. On the Een Mountain, many Netherworld gods felt as if the temperature had plummeted. They all looked in the direction of the Netherworld King's temple in surprise. A frigid coldness flowed through his body, and even his soul felt like it was being frozen. Gradually, the entire Netherworld King's temple was frozen by the black frost. It turned into a ball of pitch-black black ice. However, there were a few items that emitted a treasure light that made it difficult for the black ice to get close. One was the soul-repressing bell outside the temple. The soul-repressing bell automatically emitted faint sound waves that made it difficult for the black ice to get close. Outside the temple, Di Ting's true spirit was extremely strange. It hid under the soul-repressing bell and continued sleeping lazily. Inside the temple, the 6 paths of reincarnation pool emitted a mysterious light. Any ice and frost that approached it immediately turned into nothingness, protecting the gourd vine in the pool. Day after day, this netherworld chill was still spreading. Dense cold air was being emitted. Whoosh! Many underworld gods noticed that the entire Mountain was covered in black snow. The wind howled and engulfed the entire cloud region. On the mountainside, in a pavilion, a few underworld gods sighed as they watched the snow fall. His Majesty has been in seclusion for 3 months. I didn't expect such heavy snow to fall in the underworld. It seems that the 2 Hall Kings have returned a few days ago. Yeah, His Highness King Qingguang and King Chujiang have both returned. The entire desolate forest has basically fallen into the hands of my 9th Hell tribe. I heard there are many kids below that are rubbing their palms together. Isn't that so? That desolate forest is rich in natural resources, and spirit veins are everywhere. There will definitely be many high-quality temples born there. Forget about the temples. That's where the dignity of our underworld gods resides. Those kids won't be able to overstep their boundaries. However, the spiritual houses and the many spirit veins and spirit herbs might not be impossible. When the time comes, although the tribe's rules state that those below level 14 who have made great contributions are not allowed to occupy the mansion of the underworld, and they will be honored as underworld gods if they obtain the spiritual houses and raise their own cultivation. It's not within the rules. The group of underworld gods smiled. They did not come from the same tribe. Many of them came from the leaders of other tribes. However, it could be seen that many underworld gods were filled with hope. The position of underworld god gave many people hope. Are the emissaries of the mountain country still here? Someone recalled Princess Xunyu and her party 3 months ago. Many underworld gods looked at each other and smiled. I'm afraid they are too happy to think about home. Some underworld gods smiled. Ever since Princess Xunyu married our deputy leader and learned about the existence of the mansion of the underworld, she was reluctant to leave. One underworld god nodded softly. Isn't that so? That mountain lord is so ferocious. There are bloody battles every day in the mountain capital, and countless experts have died in battle. How can it be as peaceful as our Abyss tribe? The leader, King Thunder, shook his head. You are outdated. Half a month ago, there was news that the mountain capital had been breached and the mountain country's royal family had moved, fighting and retreating. They are rushing toward the forest. What? The mountain capital has been breached? Many underworld gods' expressions changed slightly. The mountain capital's defense was extraordinary. If even the mountain capital had been breached, this was no small matter. Elder Thunder, is this true? Is that mountain lord really so terrifying? Many underworld gods asked. King Thunder nodded. That's right. King Qingguang and King Chujiang, who returned a few days ago, have rushed to the border of the 2 desolates to welcome them. Looks like our Abyss tribe will have a fierce battle soon. In the pavilion, many underworld gods looked worried. This mountain lord could be said to be a hungry tiger. With a hungry tiger next door, how could they sleep? Hey, the snow seems to have stopped. At that moment, some underworld gods suddenly noticed the abnormality in the sky. The black snow that had been falling continuously for 3 months suddenly stopped. The cold air that had swept across the region seemed to be withdrawing. Looks like the king has come out of seclusion. King Thunder stood up, unable to hide the joy on his face. In the center of the Abyss Temple, beside the 6 paths of reincarnation pool, Qin Feng opened his eyes. A cold current surged in his eyes, and the sharp divine light seemed to be able to freeze time and space. The unmelting ice that shrouded the Abyss Temple turned into wisps of cold light and entered his body. The 11th heavenly order is completed. With a smile, Qin Feng sensed the ice-cold sun formed by the heavenly order surrounding the water-type half-deity, divine core in his body. The corners of his mouth curled up in a pleasant smile. He stretched out a hand and flicked his finger. A bit of netherworld frost streaked across, and the vague flow of time and space seemed to suddenly freeze, turning into a piece of pitch-black ice. At that spot of black ice, time and space seemed to have completely frozen in that instant. A dim light flashed, and with a hook of his finger, the ice on the spot melted, turning into a wisp of black gas that entered his fingertip. In the hands of a water-type half-deity divine core, 30,000 miles of ice seal was unimaginably powerful. However, for this, he had also paid an unimaginable price. He had invested most of the providence he had obtained in Lin Huang. If not for this, not to mention a short 3 months, even 30 years or 300 years might not be enough to comprehend this heavenly order. Qin Feng was in a good mood and was about to walk out of the Abyss Temple. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, a trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. "How dare you?" In the next moment, he disappeared from the Abyss Temple. Chapter 1191. Above the clouds, a group of people dragged tens of thousands of people and scattered into the forest like shooting stars. The thick smell of blood dyed the clouds red. "Run! Everyone, scatter and run. Head to 9 Nether Sacred City and seek refuge with the princess. The more lives we have, the better." Many angry roars reverberated in the sky. Shooting stars shot out one after another. Behind them, more than 10 shooting stars approached rapidly, bringing with them a torrential, murderous aura. Heaven-rank laws, rumble of the earth. At this moment, an earthen yellow divine light filled the sky. In an instant, the thousands of meteors in the void exploded with a bang and turned into bloody light that filled the sky. Rumble. In the sky, thunder rumbled and blood rained down. The remaining momentum did not stop, and a terrifying aura blasted toward the remaining people like a rainbow. Ding-dong. In the sky, a melodious zither sound rang out. An invisible sound wave rushed in front of the remaining people and turned into a formless light to meet that shocking rainbow. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the sky, and the terrifying explosion spread for hundreds of miles. The entire sky seemed to have exploded. Soul-stirring. Without a sound, 2 figures appeared in the void. A man and a woman. They were none other than the 3-tailed Scorpion King and the Kunlun Empress who had come to welcome the mountain country's imperial family. Both of them had grave expressions. The Kunlun Empress looked into the depths of the sky with a cold expression. "Mountain Lord, don't go too far. This is already the desolate forest territory belonging to the 9 Nether tribe. I advise you not to start a war." A disdainful voice sounded in the sky. "So what if it's the 9 Nether tribe's territory? No one can stop the people I want to kill. Today, not only will the remaining mountain country rebels die, you too will die too for daring to stop me." As the voice sounded, the sky trembled silently. The slightly stronger Kunlun Empress's expression changed. Her eyes locked onto the huge explosion above her head, and a slender hand landed on the phoenix-tailed jade zither in her arms. Ding-dong. The crisp sound of the zither shook the sky. An invisible sound wave locked onto the explosion and suddenly flew out. It was like a hunting blade that cut through the void. Just as he was about to tear apart the exploding sea of clouds above his head, an invisible stream of light suddenly appeared above the void. It was a bead. It was an indescribably beautiful orb with an indescribable color. It emitted a beautiful spiritual light that even the heavens and earth couldn't conceal. The sound waves, which could easily shatter space and time, suddenly froze when they struck the spiritual light. The expression of the Kunlun Empress abruptly changed. It didn't look like stagnation. Instead, it was as if he was being forcefully suppressed. Suppressing his sound waves. Boom. The next moment, the sound waves were shattered like porcelain. Lock onto Kunlun Empress. The expression of the Kunlun Empress changed greatly. At this moment, the 3-tailed Scorpion King beside him made his move. 3 poisonous hooks appeared from the space-time like lightning, as if they had pierced through the space-time and suddenly struck the strange bead that was coming at him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void seemed to freeze. He blocked it. At this moment, many experts who had stopped to watch the battle revealed a trace of joy on their faces. A cold laugh came from the void. A mere little demon dares to block my treasure? You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The three-tailed scorpion king's face turned pale. He was shocked. Bam, bam, bam. 3 consecutive explosions, like huge thunderbolts. The 3 purplish-black poisonous hooks suddenly shattered. That strange bead locked onto the Kunlun Empress and shot toward her. That terrifying aura seemed to be able to split Kunlun apart. The warning signs of the Kunlun Empress soul were almost jumping to the extreme. She couldn't block it. The Kunlun Empress was very clear that once she was hit by this strange bead, her physical body would collapse and her soul would dissipate. What a terrifying character. She secretly gritted her teeth and suddenly made up her mind. The phoenix tail zither in her arms was like a stream of light as it went toward that strange bead. She grabbed the 3-tailed scorpion king and suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the void, the moment the phoenix tail zither collided with the bead, it exploded with a loud bang. Bam! In the midst of the earth-shattering explosion, the void within 100,000 miles shook. The phoenix tail zither was a treasure of providence. When it exploded, it was as if a true god had self-destructed. That huge power was extremely grand. It was as if a real sun had risen in the void. The aftershock spread for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was as if the clouds in the sky had evaporated in an instant, turning into a vast expanse of whiteness between heaven and earth. Thousands of feet away, the Kunlun Empress appeared from the void with the 3-tailed scorpion king. She looked at the self-destructing phoenix tail zither above her head. The Kunlun Empress' face was pale. Pucci. She spat out a mouthful of blood. The corners of her mouth were bright red like blood. The 3-tailed scorpion king looked at the Kunlun Empress worriedly. She had self-destructed her phoenix tail zither. The Kunlun Empress' mind was implicated. She was probably severely injured and her foundation might be shaken. At this moment, half of her strength was gone. Both of them looked solemn. It was their first time encountering such a terrifying enemy. They hoped that the self-destruction of the phoenix tail zither could injure that person. At the very least, they wanted to destroy that strange bead. However, their expressions soon became extremely bitter. In their eyes, the chaotic airflow formed by the explosion dispersed. A bead that looked like a bright moon appeared on the spot. It looked like it was not damaged at all by the explosion of the phoenix tail zither. A faint stream of light silently appeared in the void. A young expert wearing a strange robe appeared. He looked unusually dignified and released an incomparably pure divine might. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but his temperament was unusually ethereal. His majesty was immeasurable, and his divine splendor was inconceivable. A true god. This was definitely an orthodox true god. An orthodox true god who ruled over the heavenly mountains and the great earth. The temperament of an orthodox true god was too strong. The aura of the netherworld's ghost god. These two people have an unusually strong aura of the netherworld's ghost god. It seems like someone has already established the netherworld in this world. However, their usage of the netherworld's power is extremely weak. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's superficial. Since I have condensed the Mountain Emperor's deity position in this world, this netherworld can only be controlled by me. In the divine light, Xiahou Wang sneered. His gaze landed on the Kunlun Empress and the 3-tailed scorpion king. Submit or die. Extremely strong divine might covered the sky and pressed down on the Kunlun Empress and the 3-tailed scorpion king. The two of them, who were already heavily injured, were instantly on the verge of collapse. You should know very well that you're not my match. Since you're the higher-ups of the 9 Abyss tribe, then hand over all the secrets on you and offer up a strand of your divine soul imprint. Then I can consider sparing your lives. As long as you tell me the origin of the netherworld's ghost god power in your body, there's a way for you to live. The two of them sneered. You want us to betray the Nine Abyss tribe? Dream on. The two of them did not really want to die. However, they knew very well that once they betrayed him, they would only die faster. You don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, then I'll kill you as well. After killing you and imprisoning your divine souls, I'm not afraid that you won't tell me the truth. Xiahou Wang's expression was ice cold. He was determined to obtain the Netherworld's power. His divine power condensed, and a huge, earthy, yellow giant hand suddenly grabbed at the two of them. It covered the sky and covered the earth. The Kunlun Empress and the three-tailed Scorpion King looked miserable. Although the two of them were strong and comparable to a true god, they were powerless before this absolute powerhouse. But in front of this peerless powerhouse, he was completely powerless to resist. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. Chapter 1192. How dare you kill my trusted general in my territory? You sure have guts. At this moment, a faint voice came from all directions. Your Majesty? The Kunlun Empress and the three-tailed Scorpion King subconsciously raised their heads, and their eyes flickered with surprise. Not good. Xiahou Wang suddenly felt a terrifying warning. Even his divine soul was trembling, and that sense of danger seemed to be descending in the next second. He couldn't care less about killing the Kunlun Empress and the three-tailed Scorpion King. A strange lotus appeared above his head. The earthy yellow lotus bloomed from the top of his head. The ninth-grade lotus bloomed one by one, and a faint yellow light appeared, forming a huge light screen in front of him. Innate earth divine light. Xiahou Wang's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. 1,000 feet away, a black-robed figure suddenly walked out from the void. Looking at Xiahou Wang, who was armed to the teeth, a hint of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth. A wave of cold black light that could freeze heaven and earth pierced through time and space, suddenly descending on Xiahou Wang and drowning him completely. Sizzle. The temperature within a few thousand miles suddenly increased, and a huge ice mountain appeared. True God Law. Ice seal 30,000 miles. The Kunlun Empress and the three-tailed Scorpion King looked at each other, and both of them secretly gasped. This ice seal was really terrifying to the extreme. The two of them only sensed it slightly, and that cold air could even freeze their divine souls. Qin Feng's expression didn't change after freezing the mountain lord Xiahou Wang in one move. Qin Feng arrived early and witnessed the Kunlun Empress and the three-tailed Scorpion King self-destructing their phoenix-tailed Jade Guqin in desperation. The reason why he only appeared now was to wait for an opportunity. After freezing Xiahou Wang in one move, Qin Feng didn't relax at all. The chaos moon divine power around him changed, and a dense and pure demonic aura was emitted from his body. He instantly transformed into an extraterrestrial true demon. His figure flashed, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Boom! It was as if in the next second, the black ice that Xiahou Wang was trapped in suddenly exploded, and countless pieces of ice scattered like raindrops. On the spot, earthy yellow spiritual light flickered around Xiahou Wang, and a pearl around him emitted boundless light. His cold eyes scanned the surroundings. He was suddenly ambushed and sealed in that terrifying ice, causing him to suffer a hidden loss. He was incomparably furious. Although he didn't use his combat strength, the icy blue coldness invaded his internal organs, and in a short period of time, his strength greatly decreased by a level. With just one strike, he was completely at a disadvantage. Not good. However, in the next moment, his expression changed and his heart skipped a beat. The man-flower of the heaven, earth, and man-flowers above his head shook violently. A faintly discernible aura that he had not come into contact with for a long time appeared in his senses. This is an inner demon. No, it's an extraterrestrial demon. Xiahou Wang's face instantly turned extremely pale. Why is there such a terrifying existence here? Fear flashed across his eyes. This was very similar to the records of the extraterrestrial demons that he had obtained from the Taoist inheritance. In that inheritance, once a cultivator encountered an inner demon, it could be said that there was only a slim chance of survival. His emotions surged, and without a sound, a black aura suddenly filled his heart. Xiahou Wang had a bad feeling in his heart. He was very clear about the characteristics of this kind of heart demon. Once one's state of mind fluctuated, it would be very easy for it to take advantage of the situation. 10,000 tranquil mantra. His face was pale as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He sat down cross-legged, and the strange bead around him emitted a treasure light to protect his body. In that inheritance, he was no stranger to inner demons. At the origin of that inheritance, there were also many cultivation methods to expel and suppress inner demons. This 10,000 tranquil mantra was a supreme cultivation method to purify inner demons. In Xiahou Wang's body, he transformed into an extraterrestrial true demon. Qin Feng easily penetrated the layer of protective divine power outside Xiahou Wang's body and used the negative thoughts caused by the change in his state of mind to enter his body. Just as he entered his body, Qin Feng felt an extremely different cultivation system from the spirit sea continent and even the primordial land's cultivation system. A strange energy fluctuation, similar in nature to divine power, but extremely different from divine power. Furthermore, it had a very strong restraining power against inner demons. The other party's state of mind seemed to be revolving and changing with a strange sutra. It was as pure as snow and had an extraordinary protective power against inner demons. In the center of the divine soul, there was a cold and flawless moon. As the sutra changed, he seemed to have comprehended the power of goodness and beauty, strengthening his mind. A light that could purify the soul of all things appeared and shone in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Looks like it's another extraterrestrial expert, but I don't know if it was projected from some creator space. Qin Feng was secretly surprised. The cultivators of this cultivation system did not have strong physical bodies, but their souls were relatively pure and closer to the laws of heaven and earth. They were very difficult to deal with. However, this was not a problem for Qin Feng. Endless demonic Tao, reincarnation of all lives. The power of the demonic Tao law around him evolved into the power of the extraterrestrial mortal world of billions of lives in the world, turning into a scarlet invisible millstone. It suddenly locked on, and the cold moon formed by Xiahou Wang's divine soul swept over like a stream of light. In the next moment, the cold and flawless moon was dyed crimson. Buzz, buzz. In the center, the incantation spat out by the divine soul became more and more urgent. It struggled fiercely, and the light that erupted turned into extremely pure flames of purification, burning the infection of the power of the extraterrestrial mortal world. This was the first time Qin Feng had seen such a situation. There was actually a technique that could restrain the power of the inner demon. Even a part of the true God's law was suppressed, and even the ultimate form of the great millstone of all lives couldn't be formed. At the same time, a desire to explore was born in his heart. Qin Feng had an urgent desire to understand this cultivation system. He could feel that this cultivation system would be of great benefit to his inner demon Tao. Seeing that Xiahou Wang was still struggling fiercely, Qin Feng gave up the idea of using the slaughter seal to kill this person directly. This person's origin was mysterious, and he had the cultivation civilization of the extraterrestrial world. If he could squeeze him dry, he would definitely benefit. Qin Feng made up his mind. He was going to waste it on this person. His mind was connected to the underworld, and the 5 essences and 6 desires evolved from the underworld were continuously attracted to him, turning into a torrent that attacked the bright moon in the center. How vast was the torrent of memories of billions of lives. Xiahou Wang's soul wasn't too strong, nor was it tough. Furthermore, he wasn't a cultivator who had worked hard on the cultivation of his mental state. After 100 attacks, the scriptures that surrounded his soul were finally shattered. Under the guidance of the inner demon, the crimson power turned into 3,000 huge great millstones of all lives. Xiahou Wang's mind was involuntarily dragged into it, experiencing countless attacks of the mortal world. The first world that evolved appeared in front of Qin Feng. It was a huge and strange world. It was a blue planet with flying iron birds, iron boxes running on the ground, countless reinforced concrete jungles, many legends about gods and devils, as well as advanced modern technology. Qin Feng closed his eyes. With the help of the inner demon's strange ability, Xiahou Wang's soul memories were stolen by him bit by bit. Blue Planet. Transmigrator. Obtained a golden summoned divine talisman from the immortal realm called the Great Emperor of Mount Tai. Refined essence into Qi, refined Qi into spirit, refined spirit into void, refined void into Tao. True immortal. So this person obtained the legacy of an extraterrestrial transmigrator after his death. What he cultivated was the true immortal Tao. That strange pearl was his natal magic treasure, the universal mountain river pearl. Chapter 1193. Qin Feng was shocked. Xiahou Wang was also an extremely legendary figure. He was a direct descendant of a Xiahou royal family in the desolate mountains. He was intelligent since young and displayed extremely high talent. His bloodline was outstanding, and he was the favorite of the mountain country since young. Everything was so perfect. Countless girls adored him. If one were to say that he was unlucky, then he was indeed unlucky. He was envied by his brother, heavily injured, and plotted against. He fell into the forbidden area of the Xiahou royal family. He was locked in such a place where he would never see the light of day. He suffered loneliness and torture for thousands of years. But he was also lucky. He obtained the legacy of an ancestor of the mountain country in the forbidden area. The ancestor of the mountain country was an outsider, which was the modern blue star. It was a modern city. When the outsider was traveling on Mount Tai, he was accidentally hit by the statue of the great emperor of Mount Tai and came to this primeval land. Together with the East Peak Tai Mountain Great Emperor, there was another inheritance of the East Peak Tai Mountain Great Emperor. The Great Emperor of Mount Tai was an ancient god of the immortal domain, and his name was Jin Hong Shi. He was proficient in both the divine and immortal inheritances, and was an almighty of the primeval times. This could be said to be a great opportunity. The rarest thing was that there was a trace of the broken divine talisman of Mount Tai. The divine talisman was not an ordinary divine talisman, but an innate divine talisman. The innate gods that were born at the beginning of the world all had such innate divine talismans. This innate divine talisman was similar to the innate origin god position. It could be said to be extremely noble. With such a great opportunity, the outsider could be said to be a great fortune, a great source of fortune. But he was also extremely unlucky. Back then, the primeval land was incomplete, and its fate was incomplete. Ordinary people were unable to transcend it, but relying on the inheritance of the great emperor of Mount Tai, he was able to roam freely for a time, and even cultivated the body of an immortal. According to the information that Qin Feng obtained, the body of an immortal was not inferior to a 15th level expert, especially the true immortal, which was comparable to a true god. That Xeno-race visitor was heaven-defying indeed. Under such a barren environment of karmic luck in the primeval lands, he relied on the natural divine talisman that represented the divine position of the Eastern Peak's Grand Emperor, Mount Tai, to actually forcefully cultivate his strength to the true immortal realm. Moreover, he was not an ordinary true immortal. He was a true immortal dual immortal, and his might was overwhelming. His strength far surpassed that of ordinary true immortals. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. When he broke through, he attracted the attention of a chief god, Almighty. It was the great emperor of the eastern wilderness. And then there was no more and then. Although the foreign guest was strong, how could he be a match for the great emperor of the eastern wilderness? After his aura was discovered, he died. Just one strike. After one strike, the immortal's body shattered, and so did the immortal's primordial spirit. With the last of his strength, he barely managed to split a portion of his primordial spirit into the forbidden grounds. It gradually dissipated, leaving behind only a ball of memory formed by the power of the primordial spirit. In the end, it was preserved due to the peculiar topography of the forbidden area. In the end, Xiahou Wang, who was plotted against by the king of Divine Mountain and secretly imprisoned in the Forbidden Land, benefited from it. But now, Qin Feng had taken advantage of everything. After stealing Xiahou Wang's memories, the inheritance of the great emperor of Mount Tai, Jinhong Shi, would all fall into his hands. The Jinhong clan was an ancient deity of the great wasteland world and was of noble birth. According to the memories of the Jinhong clan, when the creation god of the great wasteland world, Pangu, passed away, his son was called the Hetian clan. At that time, there were 3 sovereigns. The Hetian clan lived on a mountain, which was passed down from generation to generation. Hence, the mountain was named Grandmaster Dai's Mount Tai. The Hetian clan had a son, the former Bo clan. The Bon clan had a second son, the Shuama clan. The first son was called the Golden Wheel King, and the second son was called the Shaohai clan. The Shaohai clan's wife was Mi Luan Fairy. The Mi Luan Fairy swallowed 2 days into her stomach at night. She gave birth to 2 sons, who grew up in the Golden Cicada clan and later became known as Emperor Donghua. The second son was called the Emperor of Mount East. The first Emperor of Mount East was a direct descendant of the creation god, and his status was revered. According to Qin Feng's estimation, this was definitely a chief god, and not an ordinary one. Not only was this chief god extremely accomplished in the divine Tao, but he also dabbled in the immortal Tao. He cultivated both the immortal Tao and the divine Tao, and his achievements were great. It was just that the waters of the great wasteland world were too deep, and there were too many ancient existences. For some unknown reason, the Emperor of Mount East had fallen. This legacy changed hands several times, but in the end, it benefited Qin Feng. Qin Feng comprehended a lot from the unique systems of the immortal Tao and the divine Tao. Comprehending by analogy was extremely beneficial to the refinement of his divine spirit and even the comprehension of the heaven and earth laws. Qin Feng's gaze locked onto Xiahou Wang, who had fallen into the samsara of life. At this point, all the benefits on Xiahou Wang had been squeezed dry. There was no use for him to stay. Without a sound, the surging torrent of billions of lives tore the immortal's essence spirit apart, turning it into countless pieces. Bang! His primordial spirit shattered, and Xiahou Wang, who was in midair, crashed to the ground. The cosmic mountain river pearl above his head fell. However, before it landed in a palm. Qin Feng's figure flew out from Xiahou Wang's body and caught the bead. The cosmic mountain river pearl was also a connate numinous treasure, an earth elemental numinous treasure. Coupled with some immortal Tao weapon refinement techniques, it was extremely powerful. With a single smash, it had the power of mountains and rivers, and it even called itself a small world. It was an extremely precious treasure. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. At the side, the 3-tailed Scorpion King and Kunlun Empress, who had been anxiously waiting for the result, walked over. Are you all right? Qin Feng glanced at the pale Kunlun Empress. Kunlun Empress looked like she was severely injured. With the self-destruction of the phoenix-tailed Jade Guqin, most of her sound elemental foundation had perished. It would be very difficult for her to become a king. Your Majesty, I'm fine. Kunlun Empress shook her head. She was really lucky to be able to escape with her life from Xiahou Wang's hands. The 3-tailed Scorpion King also had lingering fears. Seeing their expressions, Qin Feng smiled faintly. The 2 of you can be considered to have made a great contribution this time. For this seat, to be able to kill Xiahou Wang, the 2 of you have contributed greatly. With that, Qin Feng's gaze landed on Kunlun Empress. Don't worry. I will compensate you for your losses. Kunlun Empress felt slightly better, but she still felt a little sad. Her intrinsic cardinal treasure was destroyed, and her foundation was shaken. What was the point of any compensation? Poison Spirit, I know that you cultivate the Earth origin laws. This treasure is a connate numinous treasure nurtured by the Earth origin laws. I'll give it to you. Qin Feng waved his sleeves, and the mountain and river universe pearl floated out from his hand. For me? The three-tailed Scorpion King was stunned. He stared at the pearl in the void, and then a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. This was a huge surprise. An Earth origin connate numinous treasure nurtured by the Earth. He had witnessed the power of this pearl with his own eyes previously. Even a true god would be severely injured after taking a hit from it. Thank you, Your Majesty. He received the pearl joyfully and couldn't bear to put it down. He looked at it again and again. Qin Feng's gaze landed on Kunlun Empress. With a wave of his sleeves, Xiahou Wang's body on the ground turned into dust. A dazzling divine light from his body landed in Qin Feng's hands. This was a part of the East Peak Mount Tai, Thearka's connate divine talisman. It was a part of an incomplete connate origin god position. The connate origin god position of the mountain system was a foreign land. However, as long as it was slightly refined and traced back to its origin, it would definitely be able to nurture a third-grade god position. Qin Feng already had a god position nurtured in his body. Moreover, he wasn't an earth origin cultivator. He couldn't refine or fuse with this object. His gaze landed on Kunlun Empress, and the ball of golden divine light in his hands entered her body. Elder Kunlun, after this battle, you self-detonated your intrinsic cardinal treasure, causing your foundation to be shaken. I'll give you this object. I hope you will nurture it well, and don't let me down. Qin Feng didn't care about Kunlun Empress, who had closed her eyes and was carefully comprehending the profoundness of the golden light. He turned to the three-tailed Scorpion King and Poison Spirit. Elder Poison Spirit, I'll leave the matters of the desolate mountain to you and Emperor Songdi. The two of you will lead the quasi-deities to the desolate mountain. You must conquer the desolate mountain within 3 months. Yes, Your Majesty. Poison Spirit was excited. He had just obtained a treasure. Although he wanted to go into seclusion to refine it, the matters of the desolate mountain couldn't be delayed. Chapter 1194. 9 Nether Sacred City. This giant city built at the foot of the Cloud Ridge was flourishing day by day. Through the Cloud River in front of 9 Nether Sacred City, countless precious resources were transported from the other side of the Cloud River to 9 Nether Sacred City. 9 Nether Sacred City could be said to be changing 3 times in a day. Half a year ago, there was only one city in Cloud Region. But in the past half a year, experts from different tribes had settled down here. Not only were there 7 to 8 satellite cities outside 9 Nether City, but there were also countless cities popping up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Regardless of whether they were from the Demon Clan or the Human Clan, many large tribes in the Forest Wasteland had moved their tribes over from thousands of miles away. The reason why Cloud Region was changing so quickly was because of one reason. There was only one reason for this. All the experts knew that the King of Hell had the intention of transforming the Cloud Prefecture. Moreover, as Cloud Region became the core of a 9 Nether tribe, it was destined to become an existence similar to the Emperor's capital. With so many experts gathered here, it was a huge whirlpool of benefits. Secondly, it was the changes in the underworld. Now, in the eyes of many experts, even a small spiritual house in Cloud Region was not inferior to a mid-grade temple in another region. In the past half a year, the changes here were too great. Following the rebellion in the mountain country half a year ago, the entire mountain country had fallen into the hands of the 9 Nether tribe. Not only the mountain country, but the vast west wind plains outside of the mountain country had opened up their pockets to the 9 Nether tribe. In short, the essence of the mountain country had gathered. The entire cloud region was like the center of the world, especially the Saint Spirit vein in the center, which was constantly absorbing large amounts of spiritual energy. It seemed to have become another center of the immemorial land. There were spiritual houses being born almost every moment. Many spiritual houses were upgraded to temples, or low-grade temples were upgraded to mid-grade temples. It was not rare for mid-grade temples to be upgraded to high-grade temples. Some said that the Saint-grade spirit vein might evolve into a medium-grade Saint Spirit vein, a high-grade Saint Spirit vein, or even the legendary ancestral spirit vein as the Nine Nether tribe expanded and the underworld grew stronger. How could people not be moved by such an advantage? In half a year, nearly 1 million tribesmen had gathered here, and there were also many tribes that migrated here. The entire Nine Nether tribe was filled with vitality. However, many of the elders in charge of the construction of the city were also very busy. Qin Feng did not pay attention to these trivial matters. After leaving them to Yi Ding, Yuanyin, Ashur Tong, Shur Han, and the others, he wholeheartedly hid in the god of Hades' temple to comprehend the benefits he had obtained from Xiahou Wan. Following the pacification of the desolate mountain, the quasi-deities overseeing the situation and the opening of the underworld earth, the Nine Netherworld tribe had no enemies for the time being. The West Wind Plains was unusually large. Although there were many tribes on the plains, and some are even occupied by the Demon Clan, there was no need for Qin Feng to take action. Those quasi-deity elders were not to be trifled with. Speaking of enemies, there were definitely some. In the south, there was a huge tribe called the Spirit Emperor tribe. The Spirit Emperor tribe was the overlord of the Spirit Desolate land in the West Wind Plains. I heard that, just like the Ninth Hell tribe, they ruled over more than one wasteland. It had a huge influence in the primordial desolates. It could be said to be the number one power. However, this had nothing to do with Qin Feng for the time being. The West Wind Plains was vast, and it would take a period of time before they would encounter the first tribe of the Spirit Emperor tribe. However, Qin Feng did not relax because of this. Instead, he frequently dispatched quasi-deity experts to push the progress of the West Wind Plains. Even King Chujiang and King Sondi were not idle. Even Kunlun Empress, who had already stabilized her foundation, was frequently dispatched to push the West Wind Plains. Qin Feng could feel that the primordial land was expanding along with the recovery of the heaven and earth's fate. The bottleneck of many experts above the true God realm had already begun to loosen. The primordial land had already begun to give birth to deity position. Very soon, someone would realize this. Qin Feng had to deal with the Spirit Emperor tribe before anyone realized this. This was the general trend. For half a year, Qin Feng had not only been comprehending the laws of the Netherworld and the Netherworld Earth, but he had also been collecting innate origin energy. Half a year ago, the king of the mountain country had sent people to deliver 1,300 types of innate origin energy. Among them, 500 overlapped, but there were still 800 new types of innate origin energy. In addition to Qin Feng's original 1,500 types of innate origin energy, the total amount of innate origin energy in Scandinavia exceeded 2,300. In half a year, he had benefited from the contribution points system of the Netherworld Board. Qin Feng had collected nearly 600 types of origin energy. The 3,000 types of innate origin energy needed to advance to the primal chaos realm was already gathered. Half a month ago, the primal chaos realm was already being nurtured. After absorbing the 3,000 types of innate origin energy, the space-time dimension in the depths of Scandinavia seemed to have undergone a transformation. It seemed to have extended into countless dimensions, and origin energy was born within the dimensions. Qin Feng's true body entered and took the opportunity to comprehend the profound mysteries of the laws within. Standing in Scandinavia, he felt as if his body was a huge sun. The surrounding stars and all living things were hidden within the many dimensions, becoming extremely distant. It was as if he was naked in front of everyone at first glance. Between the dimensions, an environment like the endless void appeared, layer upon layer, and in the gaps, a surge of primal chaos energy appeared. It filled the countless dimensions and even seeped into the spiritual roots of all living things. This surge of primal chaos energy was born from the crystal wall system. After absorbing the 3,000 types of innate origin energy, the crystal wall system was like water flowing through a canal, giving birth to this primal chaos energy. The primal chaos, heavenly Tao law manifested in a corporeal form, filled with a supreme radiance that could shake space-time. The primal chaos, heavenly Tao law slowly changed. In Qin Feng's eyes, it slowly turned into a blazing white ball of light. This ball of light was extremely gentle. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the white light fused into Scandinavia, and the surrounding scenery in Scandinavia seemed to turn into a boundless white light. Qin Feng closed his eyes, and his divine sense seemed to fuse with the ball of light. The entire Scandinavia seemed to have become extremely huge and vast. This vastness was not due to the expansion of the land, but the expansion of the dimensions. It seems like the power of space-time has been born. In Qin Feng's original perception, the original space-time of Scandinavia was incomplete and full of loopholes. It could only be used and breathed together with the space-time of the outside world. At this moment, Qin Feng felt that he could slightly adjust the ratio of time in Scandinavia to the outside world. This power was extremely powerful. Moreover, using Scandinavia seemed to be able to shake the lines of space-time dimensions. Like other creator dimensions, he could search for other resource worlds in the gaps of space-time dimensions and plunder and steal. This was an ability that the original Scandinavia did not possess. Chapter 1195. I guess I've completed the initial advancement of the Over-God Nation. Qin Feng smiled faintly as he felt the changes. Although the advancement process was only the beginning of the main God tier, which was the door to the primal chaos tier, the next step was construction. The new Over-God universe was actually very simple and crude in Qin Feng's eyes. Although there was the birth of the mother of all Qi, the connate chaos vital energy, it was still relatively low level. There were far more than 3,000 types of connate chaos vital energy. No one could say for sure how many types there were in the endless heavens. However, one thing was for sure. The more connate chaos vital energy collected, the faster the Over-God universe would be perfected. Of course, there was a very common way. Plundering a world's origin force. A world's origin force was the foundation of a world. It was more precious than ordinary connate chaos vital energy and connate treasures. Plundering could improve one's own Over-God universe. Of course, the Over-God universe's improvement was not limited to this mode. The first great emperor of the East Mountain, Jinhong Shi, was a powerful Over-God. There were several ways to maintain a divine nation in his legacy. One was to establish a sect under the immortal Tao mode. One would become a sect leader, collect the blessings and fortunes of all living beings, and be worshipped by all living beings. The second was to support a divine dynasty or establish one. This way, one could also collect resources for the Over-God's advancement. However, whether it was establishing a great sect that covered many worlds or establishing a divine dynasty, it was quite difficult. Of course, one could also choose to cultivate, comprehend, travel the endless heavens, and comprehend the myriad Taos. There were also Over-God powerhouses who traveled alone. However, these were not the mainstream. It was not limited to the primeval wilderness or the Linghai continent where the immortal Tao was located. Divine Nation transforming stars and Divine Nation transforming continents were the mainstream. Divine Nation transforming stars projected the Divine Nation into an illusory starlight that hung in the sky and turned into a star. It could continuously receive the nourishment of the star's omnipresent starlight and be nourished by the origin force of the world. Secondly, divine nation transforming continents projected an origin force to become a continent. It could also be nourished by the origin force of the world. However, there are also unconventional methods. For example, using the overgod's space-time ability to break through the world's crystal wall and plunder it by force. However, this method would often be hated by the world itself. If the world was strong enough, like the primeval wilderness, where there were many terrifying existences above the overgod level, it could be fatal. This was extremely dangerous, because this kind of plundering was an irreversible damage to the world. As the Chaos God's world ascended to the Lord Spacetime, Qin Feng was left with only two options. He had to make a choice in a short time: Divine Kingdom transforming star, or Divine Kingdom transforming continent. Moreover, he could choose the Spirit Sea continent or the Primordial Land. There was no need to think too much. Qin Feng had chosen the Divine Kingdom transforming star. As the primordial Star Lord, he had the ability to mobilize the boundless power of starlight above the billions of galaxies. Transforming his divine kingdom into a star naturally had more benefits. As for the location, there was no need to think too much about it. Although the laws of the immemorial land were becoming more and more perfect, it was still not as old as the Spirit Sea continent. Furthermore, the Spirit Sea continent was extremely mysterious and had a huge foundation. With so many benefits, why would Qin Feng give up what was close at hand for what was far away? Actually, the foundation of the ancient lands was not shallow either. Through the power of the Master God's time and space, he could sense that in addition to the continent under his feet, there were 5 other huge continents in the Archean land. Just as Yi Ding had said, this place was divided into 6 continents. The foundation of a world like this should surpass that of an ordinary continent. However, compared to the Spirit Sea continent, it was much inferior. At least, the Spirit Sea continent could give birth to a Master God, but this continent might not be able to give birth to such a super existence. However, these things could only be done after returning to the Spirit Sea continent. These days, Qin Feng's main focus was to familiarize himself with the various functions of the Master God's time and space. The first was the analysis module. The Master God's ball of light, transformed from the primal chaos, heavenly Tao wheel, was formed by the laws of heaven and earth in the Divine Kingdom. It had a special analysis function that could analyze the laws of heaven and earth contained in various treasures or cultivation techniques. For example, the power in Qin Feng's body gave it very clear data. Cultivation, rank 15, True God. Title, Water-type King, Nether King. Constitution, Special, True God body, Extraterrestrial True Demon body. Ancestral Dragon Constitution bloodline. First generation Ancestral Dragon bloodline. Transformed from Blackwater Mystical Snake. Laws, Earth laws, 20%. Netherworld laws, 80%. Space laws, 95%, water laws, 8%, soul laws, 15%, etc. Qin Feng also saw a few types of laws that were less than 10%, such as fire laws, wind laws, and so on. This meant that Qin Feng had dabbled slightly in these laws. The percentage indicated Qin Feng's level of attainment in the various laws. As for laws, they were born after one's comprehension of laws reached 100%. For example, water laws and soul laws. They were born after one became a water monarch or a supreme true demon, which was also a greater celestial king. This meant that he was a water greater celestial king and soul greater celestial king. As for the netherworld laws reaching 80%, it was purely a side effect of his comprehension of the netherworld laws. As for the space laws, they belonged to rank 14 and were far below laws. This meant that Qin Feng's main cultivation of the space laws was still at rank 14. However, he was just a little bit away from being able to turn the space laws into laws. This meant that his comprehension of the space laws had also improved, and he was finally about to break through to rank 15. As for the rest, there were many columns, such as cultivation techniques, analysis of providence, treasures, and so on. There were even detailed analysis of the various spirit roots, spirit herbs, and spirit ores in the chief god space. This ability was similar to that of the chief butler. This ability was very beneficial to one's comprehension of laws, especially since Qin Feng was a greater celestial king. This benefit was especially important. The second ability was the deduction of cultivation techniques. This was a derivative of the first ability. It could optimize various cultivation techniques, propose bloodline purification plans, or modify cultivation methods, etc. The third ability was the highlight: space-time teleportation. This ability was very special. It could lock onto the coordinates of endless space-time and sneak through space-time. This was an important thing that many chief god spaces relied on to steal resources from various worlds. To be honest, Qin Feng liked this ability the most. He liked the robbers from the chief god spaces from the bottom of his heart. In fact, Qin Feng had relied on robbing in his previous life to rise to power. As a devil, he liked this kind of thrilling, plundering, and stealing. He did not like to do things step by step. Chapter 1196. Of course, the only thing he could do now was to steal. Although he was the first to upgrade his god kingdom to the overgod space, he was still a true god. To be precise, he was a greater celestial king. Qin Feng was tempted. He had searched the soul of a reincarnator in the overgod space and was very jealous of the huge profits the overgod space could generate by investing in reincarnators. As for reincarnators, Qin Feng didn't lack them. There were so many experts in the Ninth Hell tribe. If Qin Feng wanted to, he could convert most of them into reincarnators. However, Qin Feng didn't have such plans for now. It was very risky for a large number of reincarnators to enter the overgod space without a chief god. There were enemies in the overgod space too. It was easy for some mighty figures to covet it or for other chief gods to become enemies. Once the enemy's reincarnator was captured, it would be easy to track them down. They would be easily targeted. This was very dangerous. While the Ninth Hell tribe was attacking the West Wind Plains, Qin Feng was prepared to become a reincarnator. Only by personally experiencing the overgod space's abilities could he formulate better plans to plunder. In the vast white chief god space, looking at the huge white ball of light in front of him, Qin Feng's divine sense seemed to have fused with the huge white ball of light. A supreme power that surpassed the heavens and earth gathered in his mind. Space-time targeting. Node search. Some world nodes appeared in the white ball of light. Most of these nodes were related to Qin Feng. One of them was the Spirit Sea continent node. Qin Feng could return to the Spirit Sea continent at any time. The other 5 continents of the primordial lands. However, according to the analysis of the overgod space's heavenly Tao, which was the white ball of light, returning to the Spirit Sea continent or entering the other 5 continents was not enough to maximize the benefits. Secondly, there were some unfamiliar space-time coordinates. These space-time coordinates were extremely far away. They could be traced back to the East Sea Supreme Lord that Qin Feng killed. They were the worlds that the reincarnator had visited. These worlds were all resources of the limestone overgod space. Since he had already offended the limestone overgod, Qin Feng didn't mind seizing these resource worlds that belonged to the limestone overgod space. However, he couldn't go there now. Once the limestone chief god found out that he had left the Spirit Sea continent, he definitely wouldn't let go of this excellent opportunity to kill him. Soon, another cluster of strange nodes appeared in the white ball of light. The nodes were like planets. Most of them were gray, but some of them were colored. Gray represented a world that could not be harvested for the time being, or a world whose crystal walls could not be penetrated by the creator space. This seems to be the space-time node coordinates of some extraterrestrial transmigrator. Qin Feng had a strange expression on his face. Among them, there were many gray worlds, which looked like a sumptuous feast, and some of them were colored. Qin Feng sensed slightly and eliminated some low-level worlds of low value. Those low-level worlds were mostly wuxiao worlds or technological worlds. Their world origin force was thin, and there was not much value in harvesting them. Moments later, Qin Feng locked onto a huge node that was emitting white light. Qin Feng immediately activated the creator space's ability to break through space-time for the first time after he created a mental demon clone to oversee the 9 Hells tribe. Yuhang, Qiantang County, on a small hill. A black-robed young man frowned as he looked at the Jinshan temple not far away. He was mumbling to himself, "This is the first time. What a scam." Breaking through this world's crystal wall actually consumed so much of the creator space's origin force. I'm afraid the creator space won't be able to teleport again without a year or two. The cost of transmigrating with my real body is too high. This person was none other than the 9 Hells King Qin Feng, who had sneaked into the extraterrestrial for the first time. Qin Feng faintly felt that his power was suppressed by a great deal, which made him very uncomfortable and not used to it. Whether it was the spirit sea or the primordial lands, the amount of spirit chi here was much less than the spirit sea. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be very uncomfortable and would not be able to unleash 50% of their power in a short period of time. However, it was nothing to Qin Feng. He had experienced the age of Dharma decline. In the age of Dharma decline, he was still able to obtain nourishment even when his origin force was almost depleted. Such a situation was nothing to him. However, he could not unleash the power of his main body to the 12th level for the time being. Once he used his main body's power frequently, it would arouse the vigilance of this world and even cause the heavenly secrets to descend and attract the powerful beings of this world to besiege him. That would not be good. Qin Feng looked around. Dong. In the evening, the Jinshan temple's bell rang. It must be the time for the monks' evening classes. Qin Feng's figure flashed and flew down the hill. He entered Qiantang County through a small path on the side of the hill. For Qin Feng, what he needed to do now was to understand this world and the cultivation rules here. The most important thing was to figure out which world this was. There were several ways to conquer a world and steal the origin force of a world. The most common way was to change the world's so-called heavenly secrets. By reversing the heavenly secrets and creating a loophole, the creator space would naturally be able to take advantage of it and reap the benefits. The second way was to use one's own power to completely reverse the world's trend. For example, in a Xinxiao world, one could turn it into a world of martial arts. Once done, one could even completely take over this world. It would become a subsidiary world under the creator space. However, Qin Feng did not have such thoughts for the time being. In the past 2 days, he gradually understood this world. This world was not the green snake, but the legend of the white snake. The reason was simple. According to the inheritance of the visitor from outside Qin Feng's mind, in the green snake, Su Xian was a scholar who taught. The Su Xian of this world had never taught before. He was only an apprentice of Qingyu Hall. Qingyu Hall was a medicine shop. After confirming that world, it was much easier to steal the origin force of that world. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Feng understood the heavenly secrets through the inheritance of the visitor from outside. Now that he knew the heavenly secrets, it was not difficult to change it. However, the legend of the white snake was not shallow. Powerful beings like the South Pole Immortal and the Guan Yin Bodhisattva had appeared here. Their dojos had shown their holiness in the human world. Without a doubt, these two ancient beings were definitely existences of level 16 and above. Although they might not be their true bodies, once their traces were discovered, it would probably attract the attention of their true bodies and even the forces behind them. That would be too dangerous for Qin Feng. How powerful were Buddhism and Taoism? Even if the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness came, he would probably be defeated. Qin Feng made up his mind that unless it was absolutely necessary, he would definitely not use his true body's power. However, he already had a plan on how to change the heavenly secrets. Chapter 1197. Qin Feng first spent a large sum of money to buy a huge mansion in the center of Qiantang County. To do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. Of course, the money didn't appear out of nowhere. This world was monitored by the divine Tao. There were city gods in the city, earth god on the land, Hebo in the water, and even door gods in front of rich families. One could see how secure this place was. It was impenetrable. Money was related to the god of wealth's residence in the heavenly court. If a large sum of money was created randomly, it would be easy for the heavenly court to get hold of it. Since he couldn't turn stone into gold or use illegal means to steal it, that wasn't a problem for Qin Feng. There were treasures hidden underground. It wasn't difficult for him to find a noble's tomb with his divine will. Furthermore, he could casually find some treasures left underground and sell them on the black market for a large sum of money. Getting rich and whatnot was really too easy. The mansion was located in the center of Qiantang County. It wasn't something an ordinary person could afford. Naturally, it attracted a lot of attention in Qiantang County. Many rich and powerful families came to visit. Even the county magistrate of Qiantang County personally sent someone to invite them. After paying a few thousand taels of silver, Minister Qin's Qin Manor was integrated into the circle of rich and powerful families in Qiantang County. This was big news in the small Qiantang County. Of course, the most praiseworthy thing was Qin Manor's young Master Qin's reputation for being charitable. This young Master Qin would set up a porridge stall at the city gate almost every month to help the refugees. Speaking of this young Master Qin, the lower-class citizens of Qiantang County all gave him a thumbs up. In the past few days, the Qin family's winery had opened for business and started recruiting workers. The benefits were excellent, and many people were looking forward to it. Being able to have the Qin Manor was something that many people could only wish for. However, they didn't know that Qin Feng wasn't really doing this because he had nothing to do, but because he wanted to integrate into this world. Although he had the power of the creator's space to hide his strange aura, it was still very easy for him to be exposed. However, if he could obtain the merit of this world and refine the merit aura, even the avatars of the creator gods wouldn't be able to detect his abnormality. All of this was presided over by one of Qin Feng's inner demons. His main body was in the depths of the mansion, comprehending the mysteries of the immortal Tao. The great emperor of the Eastern Peak, Jin Hongxi, was a peerless almighty who cultivated both immortal and divine. He was one of the 3,000 mighty figures of the immortal Tao that he had heard about in the Purple Cloud Palace. There were many immortal Tao cultivation techniques in his mind, and most of them were top-notch. After choosing, Qin Feng chose the Purple Heaven's Golden Summit Great Void Immortal Sutra. The reason why he chose this technique was because this technique was the most orthodox. It was passed down from the same lineage as the Tao ancestors' Yellow Court Scripture. It was the orthodox path of the celestial sect of wonders. The immortal Tao focused on refining essence into Qi, refining Qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into Tao. With the Taiji 5 elements, the 8 trigrams, the 9 palaces, and the celestial phenomenon as the principles, and the heaven and earth's vital Qi as the foundation, he cultivated countless techniques. Riding on the clouds, disappearing from afar. In simple terms, the stages were embryonic movement, orifice initiation, sensing, fiendish condensation, energy refining, golden core Tao foundation, Yin spirit, nurturing, and finally the immortal Tao, primordial spirit. Cultivating the primordial spirit meant that one had entered the immortal Tao. To a certain extent, one could be considered an almighty in the world, becoming an immortal. However, one could not be considered a true immortal, only an earth immortal. An earth immortal would plant a blessed land, nurture good karma, plant a golden lotus in fire, gather the 3 flowers above one's head, and raise the 5 Qis into the sky. Qin Feng was a peerless almighty who was not inferior to a true immortal in the divine Tao realm. Mastering one technique, mastering all techniques. Cultivating the purple heavens, golden summit, great void, immortal scripture was a piece of cake. Moreover, this technique itself led to the great Tao of space. The end point was to merge with the Tao of space and become a golden immortal Tao ancestor, which was also the space over God realm. The two had many similarities. However, to be cautious, Qin Feng still used the power of the big light ball. In other words, the power of the over-God space analyzed the entire immortal scripture. After confirming that there were no problems, he began to cultivate. This kind of cultivation was not difficult for Qin Feng at all. On the first day, he broke through the embryonic movement, orifice initiation, sensing, fiendish condensation, and energy refining realms in one go. Tao embryo realm, sensing the pure Xiantian Qi in the body. Orifice initiation, opening up specific acupoints in the body. Connecting all the acupoints together, refining all the acupoints in the body. Sensing, turning the Xiantian Qi in the body into purple heaven's dermic power, refining and purifying it. At this realm, some small dermic spells and divine abilities would be born. The purple heaven's great void, immortal scripture, would give birth to some illusionary divine abilities. Fiendish condensation and energy refining. These two steps required one to collect fiendish earth qi from underground caves, as well as heavenly energy above the sky to collect heavenly energy and fiendish earth qi into one, allowing the dermic power to be both hard and soft. Fiendish condensation and energy refining, according to the different techniques, required different fiendish earth qi and heavenly energy. For water-type dermic power, one could only collect water-type fiendish earth qi and heavenly energy. For metal-type dermic power, one needed metal-type fiendish earth qi and heavenly energy. For ordinary people, even disciples of famous sects, this would require a lot of time and effort. To Qin Feng, this wasn't a problem at all. His divine force was originally pure to the extreme, able to merge into one. On the evening of the first day, in the inner residence of Qin Manor, a huge wave of spiritual qi rippled out, but it was suppressed in an instant. A moment later, an immortal Tao golden core was born in Qin Feng's body. It was round, golden, and had an extremely strong spirituality. Qin Feng's spirit entered it, and it seemed to be constantly nourishing it. The immortal Tao had a unique and meticulous way of cultivating the spirit. Cultivation was about finding flaws and mending them, constantly perfecting oneself. Cultivating the immortal Tao was a brand new experience for Qin Feng. In this kind of cultivation, he could discover some problems in his body and contribute to his breakthrough to become a lord. It was a practical foundation. After the golden core, it was the Tao foundation, Yin spirit, and nurturing. The Tao foundation was the fusion of the soul and the golden core, and the foundation of the primordial spirit. After that, it would turn into the Yin spirit, and the Yin spirit would nurture immortal qi, which was the nurturing of the qi refinement realms level 9. At the nurturing realm, the Yin spirit would have already nurtured immortal qi. Fusing with the immortal qi, it would nourish the Yin spirit until it became more resilient. As everyone knew, there was a gap between the 9th level of the qi refinement realm and the primordial spirit realm. Between the two, one was the earth, the other the sky. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. Once they broke through, they would break free from the shackles of heaven and earth and turn from a mortal to an immortal. Cultivators at the 9th level of the qi refinement realm were also called half-immortals. What flowed in their bodies was no longer spiritual power, but immortal power. However, to truly transform from half-immortals to immortals and cultivate the primordial spirit earth immortal body, they still had to break through another level of the gate of heaven and earth. Qin Feng was in a strategic position. In just half a month, he had cultivated from the 1st level of the qi refinement realm to the 9th level of the qi refinement realm. In the manor, He sat cross-legged on a futon, and the immortal chi in his body transformed. He was like an ethereal immortal, extremely agile. His every move was surrounded by a purple aura. Behind him, a beam of immortal light appeared, as if it was shooting into the clouds. That was the purple heaven's golden peak immortal light that he cultivated from the purple heaven's golden peak immortal scripture. Its power was indescribable. Once he cultivated the primordial spirit, he would gather the 5 chi and 3 flowers and form a Tao fruit auspicious cloud. It was mysterious and unpredictable and had the power of the creator's space. Chapter 1198. After cultivating to Qi Refinement Realm Level 9, even Qin Feng, who is already comparable to a perfected immortal, would find it difficult to break through to the Essence Soul realm in a short period of time. Within his body, in his sea of consciousness, the water-type origin divinity was shining under the sun. Immortal Qi was dense and purple. Faint purple immortal Qi was being nurtured by the immortal energy in his body. Like the spring rain, it strengthened his Yin spirit. In terms of close combat ability, martial experts were undoubtedly more perverted. But in terms of control of minute details, the immortal Tao was clearly superior. Clearly, he was now a dual cultivator of martial arts and spells. Immortal energy and divine energy went hand in hand. Luckily, the divine energy of the mixed essence star was all-inclusive and did not fear conflict. On the contrary, it could merge and transform. Qin Feng opened his eyes as he heard the sound of footsteps. A figure dressed like a young master walked over and bowed slightly to him. After a while, it turned into a black gas and entered his body. This was one of his mental demon clones. For the past few months, it had been this mental demon clones that had been presiding over the mortal world. He stood up slightly. Immortal Qi, as bright as the moon, spread out, and the surrounding dust was swept out of the courtyard. In the courtyard, summer had passed, and autumn had arrived. In the courtyard, many flowers had withered. The yellow wind blew, and the leaves fell endlessly. 3 months had passed, and the chief god space had recovered. If possible, he could return to the primordial land at any time, being able to attack and defend. Qin Feng was much more confident. At least, he was less afraid of those powerful people at the chief god level and above. The general trend of this world, which is the plot, should have started. Bai Suzhen is about to go down the mountain to settle the karma with Su Xian from 1,000 years ago. Only then can she focus on breaking through to the Essence Soul realm. At this time, through the information that the clone had, Qin Feng already knew that Little Qing had entered King Chao's residence. King Chou. This was a prince of the Song dynasty during the Shaoxing period of the Song dynasty. It was said that he intended to rebel, and then there was no more. He was killed by the son of the Zhao family, and his whole family was wiped out. At first, there were quite a number of wealthy merchants who took a fancy to King Chou's mansion. However, after a few of them heard the cries of malicious spirits in the middle of the night, a few of them went crazy, and no one else had any ideas about King Chou's mansion. That place was also abandoned. It had become the habitat of many elves. When Bai Suzhen entered the arena, she met Green Snake here. This was a turning point in his fate. White Snake and Su Xian are the main characters in this general trend. I can't take the initiative to influence them. Otherwise, I'll be easily caught. Although Green Snake is also a key existence in this general trend, he's not the main character after all. I can test him. Let's go take a look. With a change of heart, Qin Feng's figure flashed and disappeared from the mansion. King Chou's residence was, in fact, a ruin. Within the city walls, especially at night, there were many people. From the size of the mansion, one could roughly see how magnificent it was when he was at his peak. Silently, Qin Feng was on the heavenly street. King Chou's residence. Looking at a signboard covered with cobwebs and dust on the ground, Qin Feng shook his head slightly. His figure flashed, and like a phantom, he entered King Chou's residence. Qin Feng frowned as he scanned the place with his divine thought. He doesn't seem to be here. He looked around and shook his head slightly. Just as he was about to leave, his expression changed and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out a hand and waved his sleeve. Buzz! Buzz! A jade pendant emitting emerald spiritual light broke out from the ground. It was a jade pendant with dragon patterns and was considered treasure. The quality was not bad, but it was just not bad compared to cultivators. Although it had spiritual energy, it was of little value. A faint smile flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. A trace of ancestral dragon chi escaped from his body and wrapped a part of the inheritance of the chaotic sacred dragon portrait into the jade pendant. Roar! Containing a trace of ancestral dragon purple chi, the dragon pattern in the jade pendant seemed to come alive. It was like a flying dragon in the sky, lifelike, and had a great majesty. With a finger, the emerald jade pendant with dragon patterns quietly sank into the ground, untouched. His figure flashed, and he disappeared on the spot. Not long after, a gloomy and cold wind appeared. The next moment, 6 figures appeared on the spot. Miss Qing, this is your temporary residence? Why is it so shabby? Don't talk nonsense. We just escaped from the netherworld. It's good enough that we have a place to stay. If we are caught by the city god or the earth god, we'll be in trouble. Yes, yes. The 5 ghost figures spoke one after another. The leader, the green-robed young master, glanced at the 5 ghost figures who were talking animatedly. The 5 ghost figures had just teased the night watchman on the street, and she had casually taught them a lesson when she bumped into them. She did not expect the 5 ghost figures to stick to her and insist on being her hired thugs. However, the 5 ghost figures did not have any evil aura. Although their souls were strong, they were gifted. If they were let go, it would be fine if the righteous Taoists caught them. If they were caught by the unorthodox Taoists, the outcome would be unpredictable. What are you arguing about? The leader of the ghosts spoke, and the remaining 4 ghosts immediately quieted down. The leader of the ghosts had a medium build. He looked slightly plump and was dressed like a servant of a rich family. He looked abnormally honest. His eyes swept across the Cho manor. Bai Fu, what did you find? The green-robed young master could not help but be curious when he saw the expression of the leader of the ghosts. Miss Qing, you know that we are 5-element spirit ghosts. Our birth characters are born from the 5 elements. However, you do not know that we each have unique abilities. Especially when it comes to finding treasures, we are very accurate. Bai Fu frowned and swept his gaze across the ruins. After entering this mansion, my innate talent sensed that there are treasures in this mansion. Treasures? The green-robed, handsome young master's eyes lit up. As Bai Fu spoke, his gaze swept and landed on a ruin in the manor. His figure flashed and disappeared into it. In the next moment, he flew out like a wisp of smoke. When he appeared again, there was a jade pendant in his hand. Miss Qing, this is the treasure. Bai Fu respectfully handed over the jade pendant. After receiving the jade pendant and sensing it slightly, the green-robed young master was slightly stunned. She felt an extremely dense majesty from the jade pendant, as if it was suppressing her bloodline. Although the green-robed young master was an ordinary green snake in the wilderness, she had cultivated for 500 years and was not considered shallow. Dragon chi, and it was extremely pure ancient dragon chi. She took a deep breath and her eyes were extremely bright. Since ancient times, after the demon race weakened, many of the mountain spirits' legacies were almost cut off. Other than those descendants of demon gods with abnormally high bloodlines, most of the other species could only turn to Taoism or Buddhism to have a way out. She had originally come to Hangzhou in hopes of trying her luck. An opportunity to attain the Tao. The green-robed girl suppressed the excitement in her heart, and her gaze landed on the jade pendant. As long as she absorbed the pure dragon chi in the jade pendant, not to mention transforming into a true dragon, even a flood dragon would have a great increase in cultivation and strength, not weaker than those 1,000-year-old demons. If she could go one step further and transform into an azure dragon, The green-robed girl's heart pounded. Some people say that we have to explode on the first day of the month. Cough, cough. This is too damaging to our vitality. Let's protect our capital first. If there's a chance, we'll explode again. The body is the most important. Chapter 1199. In a sacred realm in the South Sea, in the rocky valley, there was a spring, a lush green forest, and soft, fragrant grass spread across the ground. A bodhisattva was sitting on a diamond gem. This was the South Sea's Locket Mountain. In the depths of the purple bamboo forest, spring water gurgled. Suddenly, the bodhisattva who was meditating on the praying mat had a slight change in expression. She raised her head and looked in the direction of the Central Plains. There are changes in the Central Plains. There seems to be some changes in the heavenly secrets. The bodhisattva's expression was solemn. At this critical juncture, she had no choice but to keep a close eye on it. After 10 lifetimes of cultivation, Fahai was about to complete his merit in this lifetime. The future Fahai Thunder Rulai of the Western Pure Land must not have any problems at this juncture. For Buddhist cultivators, they were not limited to arhats, bodhisattvas, or Buddhas. There were only a few ways to cultivate. They could meditate and comprehend Buddhist principles or swim across the heavens like ascetic monks. However, those were not the main methods of Buddhism at the moment. For bodhisattvas and Buddhas, the accumulation of merit and providence was the foundation. As long as there was enough merit, some people might be able to reach the heavens in a single step. In the Western Pure Land of Buddhism, many Buddhist mighty figures cultivated for many lifetimes and reached the heavens in a single step to become bodhisattvas and Buddhas. The bodhisattvas of Buddhism like to incarnate into the mortal world. Most of them originated from that. And extraditing a future Buddha was a great merit. Before Fahai's 10th lifetime, Guanyin Bodhisattva had already discovered that this person had deep roots in wisdom and destiny. Naturally, she went with the flow and nurtured him. Fahai did not disappoint her indeed. 10 lifetimes of reincarnation and 10 lifetimes of Buddhism. It could be said that he was an accomplished monk in every lifetime who cultivated the Buddhist Dharma. In this lifetime, as long as she severed her grudges, she could succeed in one fell swoop. She would ascend to the Western Pure Land and become another important Buddha there. Once the Buddha returned, the providence of Buddhism would increase. As Guanyin Bodhisattva, she would naturally be able to receive a portion of the providence of Buddhism. It would be natural for her to advance further. As for the white snake, it was already within her calculations. The white snake stealing the golden core refined by Fahai 1,000 years ago naturally could not escape her eyes. If not for that, Fahai might have attained the Arhat realm a few lifetimes ago and ascended to the Spirit Mountain. The karma between the two was extremely deep. The karma had to be settled before the two could attain the Tao. However, this karma was too great. If they wanted to undo it, they would have to fight to the death. However, the Bodhisattva was also interested in the white snake. The white snake was an innate spiritual snake, an innate spiritual species. It was born with great potential and was a follower of the Bodhisattva. Once it succeeded in its cultivation, it would be at least a Bodhisattva. This was also a huge amount of luck. Furthermore, the Bodhisattva had foreseen that the white snake's luck was extraordinary. Her future son would be the celestial Lord of Heaven. This was a great deal. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. However, the two of them had the karma of attaining the Tao, and they would fight to the death. Bodhisattva painstakingly calculated and finally found a way. As long as Fahai managed to suppress the white snake for 18 years and nurture it with Dharma day and night, it would naturally be able to resolve the grudge between the two of them from 1,000 years ago. At that time, not only would she be able to guide a future Buddha, but she would also be able to enlighten a Bodhisattva and a Lord of Stars. It could be said that she was killing two birds with one stone. After 1,000 years of planning, this plan had become a foregone conclusion. The general trend, How could this bodhisattva not be anxious about the changes in the heavenly design? However, after several calculations, he still couldn't make any headway. There are no traces at all. Could it be that the mighty figures of the Taoism intervened? The bodhisattva's face was solemn. In recent years, Dharma had spread to the east and Buddhism had flourished. However, the Taoism was still not to be underestimated. Those golden immortals were not to be trifled with. Although the bodhisattva was the leader of the Buddhist sect and was vaguely known as the #1 bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect, she was not without enemies. No matter what, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. I must not let anyone spoil the overall situation. With a change of heart, she turned into a beam of light and disappeared from Locket Mountain, heading towards the Central Plains. Mount Zhongnan, Pure Yang Sect. The Pure Yang Sect was one of the 9 major sects of the Taoism. Rumor had it that it was the dojo of a mighty figure of the Pure Yang Sword Immortal, Lu Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals of the Upper Cave. At this moment, in a Taoist temple in the dojo, a white-robed swordsman who was practicing his sword suddenly stopped and glanced in the direction of the South Sea. The heavenly design has changed. Interesting. He put away the 3-foot-long sword in his hand and fell into deep thought. I originally thought that it was unnecessary for me to be sent down here, and that there would be unexpected changes. This is an opportunity. The battle for the great Tao must not be taken half a step back. Most people might not know the origins of perfected pure yang Lu Dongbin. He was born from a wisp of connate pure yang qi in the primordial era. He was the first connate light, and his predecessor was Emperor Donghua. He was the direct descendant of creation god Pangu, Shaohai. He was the wife of Shaohai, Milun Fairy. Milun Fairy swallowed 2 days in a dream. She was alert and full of vigor. She gave birth to 2 sons. She returned to the Golden Cicada clan and was later known as Emperor Donghua. Her second son, Jin Hong, was later known as Emperor Dongyu. Emperor Donghua was also one of the 3,000 hearers of the Purple Cloud Palace's Tao ancestor. He was also a peerless mighty figure of the immortal Tao mystic sect. However, he met with a calamity in ancient times and perished in the overseas Purple Mansion state. He was guided by the Taiqing sect's sect master, Taishang Laojun, and cultivated for many generations before returning to the immortal Tao. Emperor Donghua was the first connate light, so he naturally walked the great Tao of light. He was a mighty figure of the Tao of light. Even though he returned, his foundation did not change. However, perfected pure young Lu Dongbin was not the only mighty figure of the Tao of light. There were many other competitors, and the strongest among them was this Guanyin Bodhisattva of Buddhism. Guanyin had many titles in Buddhism, and one of them was Righteous Dharma Ming Tathagata. Guanyin Bodhisattva was an ancient Buddha of the past. She had attained enlightenment before the immeasurable tribulation, and was known as Righteous Dharma Ming Tathagata. Many Buddhist scriptures believe that Guanyin Bodhisattva's early debut was beyond the reach of many Buddhas in the world. Righteous Dharma Ming Tathagata was compassionate and merciful. In order to save all living beings from the sea of suffering, she took a benevolent voyage and became immortal. She walked the Bodhi Tao and saved all living beings. In the Guanyin Samadhi Sutra, Shakyamuni Buddha said, "Guanyin became a Buddha before me, and her name was Righteous Dharma Ming Tathagata. I am an ascetic disciple." In the Tao of light, this bodhisattva was also close to attaining Tao. However, the Tao of light could only support one connate Tao ancestor. The battle for the great Tao was endless. At this moment, no opportunity could be missed. Guanyin Bodhisattva's arrangements in this world to assist Phahai Lane Tathagata in attaining Buddhahood were extremely secretive, but perfected Pure Yang was aware of it. However, this matter had already become a foregone conclusion. It could be said that the general trend was already set, and there was no way he could interfere. Now that there was a change, he was surprised and could not help but be tempted. Yuhang, Qiantang County, Qin Manor. After sending out a stream of dragon chi, Qin Feng did not do anything else. Instead, he stayed in Qin Manor and practiced the purple firmament, golden apex, great void, immortal light. He was gradually reaching the threshold of the gate of heaven and earth, and the essence soul immortal realm was close at hand. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.